Well, it is an absolutely picture-perfect night for baseball in downtown Cincinnati, and we welcome you to Great American Ballpark. Opening game of this 3-game series, winding down the 10-game homestand. The Cubs in town for the first time here in 2013. And hi again, everybody. Alongside Chris Welsh, I'm Tom Brenneman. Welcome, as always, to Reds Baseball on Fox Sports Ohio. You know, Chris, through this early part of the year and even on this homestand, we have seen the Reds pile up runs. We've also seen them really struggle to score runs. And maybe more than any other team, they are the very definition of feast or famine.
You're right about that. I guess the starting pitchers are sitting around and they're watching these stats and they're saying, gee, I guess it doesn't matter how I pitch, it's when I pitch, depending on how much run support you're going to get. Obviously, they've scored 10 runs or more 5 times. That's most of Major League Baseball. And the Reds have scored 1 run or less 6 times, and that's the second most or worst in baseball, if you want to look at it that way. So you really can't tell. But one thing you do know, that there's a lot of firepower in this offense. And once they get going, it's hard to shut them down.
And how about the duo right now of Shin-Soo Choo and now Joey Votto?
It's almost unprecedented to have 2 guys on the same team fighting for the on-base percentage championship in the league. Now, I know it's very early in the year. We're not even a month into the season yet. But the way that Choo has gotten on base, I mean, it's Joey Votto-like. And it's better than Joey Votto. And Joey Votto, who's now swinging the hot bat, is going to add some power to those numbers.
Votto has homered in each of the last 2 games, 3 runs batted in, 7 hits in his last 11 trips. And he made the comment after the game yesterday, he feels like he's finally turned the corner. Turning the corner is something the Cubs have been trying to do for a long, long time. And 2013 does not look like the year that's going to happen. But they're trying to build this franchise around a couple of young guys, and primarily their shortstop, Starlin Castro.
Well, Starlin Castro is a guy that is nearly a 300 hitter in his major league career. He's in the sports season. The guy can hit for power. He can hit it all over the field. He's got a great arm on defense. This year he's right over 300 batting average. He's got a couple of home runs. And he's the one legit superstar in the making on this team. The question is, can he play enough defense to keep the boo birds off his back? Because he's going to have to hit an awful lot the way he's fielding the ball right now.
Well, the Reds are trying to continue their successful homestand, and getting the ball tonight is Mike Leake, coming off a historic night, his last outing against Philadelphia. We'll tell you about that and more when we return.
reproduced or retransmitted in any form, and the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of the Cincinnati Reds.
All right, picture perfect night, and our weather report for the rest of the evening is brought to you by Eric Dieters, attorney at law, and here's our main man, Mr. Tim Hedrick.
I'll tell you what, if you're down at the ballpark, you're probably not watching me, but you made a great decision. Nice night for a ball game. First pitch 64, halfway home 61, heading for home 57. You know, I realized this afternoon I have not done anything from the left-hand side of the plate. Oh, he's still got it. Enjoy the game on Fox Sports Ohio.
How about the night Mike Leake had, Chris, his last time out? Look at some of those numbers on the left. Only the second time all of those have been accomplished by a pitcher in a game since 1921.
Well, that's a good combination of being a great pitching night for Mike Leake. 7 innings, 7 strikeouts, no runs, and he scored 3 runs. He hit a triple. I mean, it was really unbelievable. The guy is a complete package when he gets the ball where he wants to in the strike zone. And for Mike Leake, he's always done very well against his Cubs team. You hope that he's able to continue that dominance. But man, oh man, that was a fun night to watch with this right-hander. Now, Travis Wood, former Cincinnati Red and Cincinnati Red minor leaguer, will take the mound. Young man that I know is anxious to get out there on the mat. It's kind of interesting, though, because you could say that the Reds at one time made a decision between keeping Travis Wood or Mike Leake. They decided to trade away Travis Wood. Wood's chance now to show him whether they were right or wrong.
Well, we'll see how it goes. Final series of what has been a great homestand. A sweep of the Phillies, 3 out of 4 wins over the Marlins. And now the Cubbies up next. You're watching Reds baseball on Fox Sports Ohio. Sports Ohio brought to you by the Ford F-Series trucks, a best-selling truck in America 36 straight years. By Cincinnati USA Regional Tourism Network. Book your stay at CincinnatiUSA.com. And by Skyline Chili, feeling good. It's Skyline time. Welcome to Great American Ballpark. Reds have taken the field in the series opening game. First of 3 against Dale Swaim's Chicago Cubs. They come into town 5 wins against 12 losses on the heels of getting swept 3 in a row over the weekend by the Milwaukee Brewers. David DeJesus leads it off. Starlin Castro at short. Anthony Rizzo at first. Soriano in left. Shearholtz in right. Wellington Castillo behind the plate. Luis Valbuena at third. Darwin Barney at second. Former Red Travis Wood on the mound. Starting it for the Reds, making his fourth start, coming off his best outing of this young year, is Mike Leake.
Now, speaking of young years, here's a young pitcher right here making start number 82 in his major league career. Right now, Mike Leake is 7 games over 500. He was 1 game over 500 last year. A lot of people were worried about Mike Leake coming out of spring training, but based on what he did his last time out, that against the Philadelphia Phillies, looks like he was throwing the ball extremely well, and he hopes to keep that groove going tonight.
David DeJesus moved over from right field to center field after they traded away Marlon Byrd a year ago. He's been a nice pickup for the Cubs. And he looks at ball 1, and we're underway. Jerry Meals working behind the plate. Marvin Hudson at first. Jordan Baker at second. And the crew chief is Tim McClellan down at third. Swung on and fouled out of play. DeJesus at 283. 2 home runs, 5 runs batted in. Already has 6 doubles so far this year. He only had 2 hits in his first 21 at bats to begin the year, but over the last 2+ weeks he has been red hot, batting well over 400. And there aren't many of those guys hitting that well in this Cub lineup. And this one is drilled down the right field line, and the Cubs have a 1-0 lead.
Now a 1-1 fastball. Mike Leake dropped it right down in the slot for David DeJesus. DeJesus not exactly one of these big burly home run hitters, but if you get it right there, and that's pretty much hitting me Broadway, he rifles it right down the line, and just like that, the Cubs have a crooked number on the board. You know, in a way, and it's going to sound funny, it kind of takes the pressure off when a pitcher does that, because you don't have to worry about trying to throw a shutout. You don't have to worry about throwing a no-hitter or any of those other things that may go in and out of your mind from time to time. But now you realize you better bear down a little bit.
Castro on the ground down to the third baseman Frazier. 1 out, and we take a look at the Reds defensively, brought to you by your Ford dealers behind Leake today. Heisey getting the nod again in left field. Chu in center with Bruce in right. The regular cast along the infield. Of course, Cozart back in there after being very fortunate he didn't have his middle finger and his index finger broken trying to put down a butt a couple of days ago, so he's back in the lineup tonight. Thank you. That is called the old vapor lock.
You know, usually when that particular play happens and you see a guy taken out of the game, you're looking at a broken finger. So he is very fortunate. Or you can call it your pointer finger.
Pointer finger as well. I was looking for anything. You bailed me, and I appreciate it.
That's what I'm here for.
The Cubbies have not won a road game since their 3rd game of the year. They began the season in Pittsburgh, and in the final game of that series they won the series as Rizzo has gone on strikes. That was on the 4th of this month. They went to Atlanta, where they were swept 3 in a row. Came home for a very long homestand against Milwaukee, the Giants, and the Rangers, and then began this lengthy trip with 3 straight losses in Milwaukee. Told you during Reds Live they're averaging 2 runs a game on the road and batting as a team 193 on the road. Strike 1 to Alfonso Soriano. Soriano coming off a good year. 3rd in the National League with 108 runs batted in, club 32 home runs. There's a broken bat roller to Cozart, and he'll get rid of it, and that will retire the side. But damage done by the leadoff man DeJesus. 1-0 Chicago. In St. Louis atop the National League Central Division, and Dusty's starting lineup has the white-hot Shin-Soo Choo in center, Zach Cozart at short, Joey Votto at first, Phillips, Bruce, and Frazier in the middle, Heisey, Mesoraco, Leak, the latter third. And a familiar face, former teammate for many of these Reds, left-hander Travis Wood starts it for the Cubs.
An all-around good guy in the words of many of his former teammates. You see him out there on the hill now wearing blue, though, and they're like to beat him up a little bit tonight. 65 career starts, including tonight for Travis Wood. He's off to a pretty good record so far. 1-1 with a good earned run average of 1.9 or 1.8. The guy that really doesn't throw that hard, but what you have to be aware of is that cutter and his slider.
Shin-Soo Choo leading the National League in on-base percentage. Looks at a fastball strike. He's the first Reds player to reach base in 11 of 12 plate appearances since Austin Kearns did it all the way back in April of 2002. 0-2. Certainly not taking anything away from Travis Wood, but we understand in each of his first 3 starts this year, the wind chill has not been above 35 degrees. And that is not exactly ideal hitting weather. I don't know if it's ideal anything weather, but certainly would be more in favor. Chris, would you agree with the pitchers rather than the batter?
Well, you can tell that to the pitcher or to the pitchers that may have gotten banged around a little bit in that kind of weather, because there's always some of those too. I can't say that it's good for pitching or hitting, but I would think that it favors the pitchers a little bit more, no doubt. And I would think especially with Travis Wood being primarily a fly ball pitcher, you know, balls don't seem to carry as much when it's cold, and that would give him an advantage. But for Wood, he's got to throw strikes. Number one, you may have seen those stats. He's walked too many batters. He's walked 8 batters already. He can find those ways of getting himself in trouble. He doesn't have a strikeout pitch that is overpowering, but he's a guy that really likes to battle. And if you get up there and being aggressive, he'll drop that little changeup on you, a slider on you, get on your hands with a cutter. He's capable.
So after the bouncing ball by Choo to Castro, here's Zach Cozart. Was just really swinging a hot bat before he got injured 3 days ago. Swung on and fouled away. 0-2 to Cozart. Wood part of that 4-player deal with the Reds that involved Sean Marshall back in December of 2011. Wound up making 26 starts for the Cubs last year. His ERA was barely over 4. But he lost 13 times. That one lined into right. And Shearholt's right there for out number 2. The Cubs on defense brought to you by your Ford dealers, Shearholtz, De Jesus, Soriano. Right, center, and left. Luis Valbuena, Starlin Castro, Darwin Barney won the Gold Glove, you may remember, at second last year ahead of Brandon Phillips. Anthony Rizzo at first, a battery of Wood and Wellington Castillo. Now Joey Votto has homered in each of the last 2 games. 7 hits in those 2 games in 11 at bats. If you're wondering, the last time Votto hit home runs in 3 straight games, he did it back in July of 2011 against the New York Mets right here at Great American Ballpark. Only 1 pitch out of the strike zone thus far by Wood, and now make it a second of his first 11.
Now, Votto, if nothing else, will make you throw strikes. One of those rare breeds that always has more strikeouts than he does or more walks than he does strikeouts.
Bouncer in the hole. Castro will turn it loose. Handing over. 1-2-3 go the Reds. We go to the second with the Cubs leading 1-0. Business Day special day after tomorrow, Wednesday. Reds and the Cubs wrapping up the homestand. Purchase a view level ticket and receive $10 in concession credits for only $15. How about that? 513-381 Reds, a number to dial, or log on to reds.com/tickets. Night game tomorrow night. Tony Cingrani is second major league start against right-hander Carlos Villanueva, and then Matt Latos, Jeff Samardzija. That'll be a good one on Wednesday afternoon. Cubs lead 1-0 on a leadoff home run by David DeJesus. Nate Shearholtz, Wellington Castillo, Luis Valbuena for the Cubs against Mike Leake here in the second. 1-1.
That's a little cut fastball that Mike Leake has developed over the last couple of years. He runs it right in the hands of left-handers hitters, and it looks like a fastball. I mean, that's why they call it a cutter or a cut fastball, but it doesn't come in quite as fast as his normal fastball. Leake tonight showed his fastball 90, 91. That cutter will come in about 87. But it's hard to pick up the spin, and instead of moving away from a lefty, it comes right in on his hands, and boy, that one tied up Shearholtz.
Shearholtz began the season last year with the Giants, where he had spent his entire career, and he's gone on strikes. He wound up being traded, you may remember, in the Hunter Pence deal to Philadelphia, and got his World Series ring when the Giants were just in Chicago.
Good little down and in slider right there. That's a spot that most left-handers like it. Hard to lay off of. If you miss that pitch, as a right-handed hitter, you want to miss down and off the plate, not over the plate, because that's a good wheelhouse spot for most lefties.
Hot smash knocked down by Frazier. Has time with Castillo running. 2 away. Nice play down there. That's a hard hit ball.
Frazier get his body in front of it. I mean, no one is going to accuse Todd Frazier of having the best hands in the world, but I'll tell you what, he may have the most desire of anybody you've ever met on a Major League Baseball field. Just wants to get it done. He does it sometimes a little bit unorthodox. More often than not, gets it done, and he has improved his defense considerably.
So 2 away in the inning. That'll bring up the third baseman, Luis Valbuena. Boy, third base has been a black hole for the Chicago Cubs in recent years. Last year, 4 players played down there. Last in the league in batting average at .201. Last in on base percentage. Only 12 home runs. And they were really counting on Ian Stewart to rebound in his career after a good start to it in Colorado. Right now he's down in AAA Iowa rehabbing an injury, and they'd like to think he'll be back sometime in the middle of next month. But what he has left in the tank remains to be seen. Gone swinging Valbuena. 3 strikeouts for Lee in a perfect second inning. Phillips, Bruce, and Frazier coming up. Ohio.com. Al McCoy writes about the dangerous duo. You know who they are. Chu and Motto. The Columbus Blue Jackets continue to defy. Follow along on their run to the playoffs and get your Bengals draft preview every day leading up to the draft that is on Thursday. FoxSportsOhio.com, brought to you by 1-800-SAFE-AUTO. Drive safe, spend less. Brandon Phillips to lead things off. Reds down a run on a David DeJesus home run to lead off the game. Jay Bruce to follow, and then Todd Frazier against former Reds minor league pitcher of the year, Travis Wood. He was the Southern League's most outstanding pitcher in 2009. Boy, what a year he had. First pitch swinging, popped up. Rizzo for out number one. Certainly something to keep an eye on during this series. This has been an awful Cubs defensive team, at least to begin this season. Second in the majors with 17 errors, behind only the Washington Nationals. The Nationals have committed 18 errors, and they were among the best defensive teams in all of baseball, you may remember, a year ago. And they just had an awful weekend in Milwaukee. We mentioned they were swept. They didn't hit, and they were awful in the field and did not run the bases particularly well. That's a bad combination.
Yeah, that and the fact that they are not really sure what their bullpen looks like, but that hasn't been that big of a problem yet because their starting pitching has been very consistent. They just picked up a couple of new bullpen arms really while they were in Milwaukee. And that bullpen is somewhat of a state of flux, especially starting from the back end moving forward with the question mark around Carlos Marmol. Will he be the closer? Will they have bullpen or closer by committee? But at this point, Dale Swaim does not even want to think about that. He wants to just get to that point in the ball game and then figure it out.
And you mentioned their starting pitchers. They have been really good. 3.13 ERA in their first 17 games. That's a third lowest earned run average among all starting staffs in the National League. And Bruce is out of there swinging. Marmol, you may remember, began the year as their closer, and then after blowing a game in Atlanta on that opening road trip, they handed that job to Koji Fukuyama, and no sooner did he have a save chance, he blew a save chance against the Giants last week, a game they wound up winning. And then Fujikawa came up with a sore arm.
Well, they say he may have had a sore arm in spring training, but was trying to pitch through it. So losing him, of course, really set them back a little bit. But the one way you save your bullpen, of course, is that you have good starting pitching. And the deeper your starters go, the less your bullpen gets exposed. How many years do we see here as Reds fans? You know, you start off the season great bullpen, but by the time that July or August rolls around, because they were so overused, they were spent. So good bullpenners go hand in hand with good starters. And the Cubs have been right there with their starters. Here's the innings per start by the teams in the National League this year. The average, the Reds are right there. They are the number one team, most innings pitched by any starting staff so far. And the Cubs are right there as well. Now the Cubs have played 2 fewer games than the Reds. That's why we don't give you the raw numbers. But that's the one way you save your bullpen right there, is you send your starters out there for nearly 7 innings.
Of course, the only team on that list with a losing record would be these Cubs. Reds over 500. Cardinals right behind them in the Central, and Arizona the 4th team on that list. 2 games over the 500 mark. Travis Wood chewing his teammates up through the front 2. 6 up, 6 down, a pair of strikeouts, 1-0, Cubs in front. Lawyers for serious injuries. Call 1-800-ELK-OHIO. We told you about how good the starting pitching has been, and look at those numbers, Chris. Wow.
Well, you're not kidding about that. During the homestand only, 6-1 the Reds are, 3-0 the starters are, earned run average 1.4. Talk about keeping them in the game. And that's the idea of the starting pitching. I mean, not all the starters end up with the W's, but that's the one thing you can't control. A lot of first pitch hitting the Cubs will do against Mike Leake because he's a guy that likes to throw a lot of pitches early in the count. He pitches to contact. But unfortunately, a lot of damage that Mike Leake has had happens in the first couple of pitches of every at bat. Wood can hit now.
He has to bunt here, and Mesoraco says, I have it. He'll throw on to Phillips and give Wood the sacrifice. 1 out of the inning.
You know, one of the things to keep an eye on here with the Reds over the next couple of weeks with the absence of Ryan Hanigan is how will Devin Mesoraco handle the pitching staff on a nightly basis. Now, you know that Mesoraco has always been pretty much paired up with Mike Leake. So there's no surprise here. But the first time through, right now the reports on Mesoraco are pretty good. He caught Bronson Arroyo the other night, did a nice job. Did Homer Bailey the other night and did a nice job as well. Of course, you're always going to miss a guy like Hanigan. It's very tough to replace. But, you know, Mesoraco, now's his chance to show everybody what he did in spring training was just not something that happened in the month of March.
So now De Jesus, who led off the game with a home run just fair down the right field line. Runner at second base. It's in there, breaking ball for a strike.
Well, we talked about first pitch and second pitch against Mike Leake. When the opposition puts a first or second pitch in play, you see the batting average against Leake, 448. Third pitch or later, when he gets deeper into the count, that's, of course, he throws a lot of strikes. He gets ahead in the count, that batting average is going to drop. But, you know, you have to be careful when you see that stat that maybe he's throwing too many get-ahead fastballs on the first pitch. And the other teams nowadays, there are no secrets. They scout him, they know that it's coming, and they're up there letting it rip. The home run by De Jesus, first time up, came on a 1-1 count.
0-1 on De Jesus. Runner dancing around out there at second base, and that's strike 2. Now the Cubs have had an absolutely woeful time hitting with runners in scoring position. 1 for 17 over the weekend in Milwaukee. And for the year, they're 17 of 127. That is a 140 batting average, lowest in the majors. The next closest team is 30 points better than the Cubs 140. And that's their brethren over on the south side of Chicago.
Well, you know, the one thing that the Cubs don't have, and it's tough to say this because David De Jesus hit a home run already, but is that they don't have any left-handed enforcers. And their right-handers really struggle against right-handed starters. I mean, batting average wise. So, you know, the Reds, on the other hand, they've got Bruce and Votto and Chu as left-handed enforcers to make the lineup more balanced. Well, you know, the Cubs are looking at David De Jesus, nice player, but he's no Chu, Nate Schierholtz and Luis Valbuena. So, you know, until they get some left-handed, and also Anthony Rizzo. But until they get some guys that have established themselves as middle of the order power type hitters, it's going to be tough for them to beat right-handed hitters or right-handed pitchers.
2-2 on De Jesus. Runner at second. And a breaking ball in the dirt. To the count on the Cubs center fielder David De Jesus. And there's ball 4 after he got ahead, no balls and 2 strikes in the at bat. Coming up later on in the telecast, as always, we'll have our Miller time moment. And not right now, a critical moment early in this game. for Mike Leake. He's facing the best Cub hitter in their lineup with 2 on and 1 out, Starlin Castro. Castro comes into play with a 13-game hitting streak. Ball 1. Tell you what a start to a career this young man has had. And of course, we remember his major league debut right here in Cincinnati, where he drove in 5 runs, an all-time record for a player in his major league debut. 550 hits in his first 3 big league seasons, 3 years and 1 month. That's a franchise record for the Cubs. 2-0 on Castro. Turns it loose on a 2-0 pitch. It came up empty. Well, we go back to that major league debut, and Castro hit that home run the other way. May the 7th, 2010. Welcome to the major league. Well, look how his body has changed even since then.
Yeah.
So young.
We're seeing some other guys in that lineup, some firepower to go along with them right there. You saw Derek Lee and Derek Lee and Ramos Ramirez scoring right ahead of him. So you can kind of sneak up on people when you have those kind of support actors around you or players around you. Now he's the man in that lineup. This year he is doing pretty well against right-handers.
Inning began with a base hit by Barney, was bunted to second, a walk to DeJesus. 2 on, 1 out. Cubs leading 1-0. We're in the 3rd inning. And now the 2-2. Line hard into right center field. That'll be a base hit. That'll bring in 1 run. DeJesus will be held at 3rd, and Castro's hitting streak goes to 14 straight games.
He lays the wood to a 2-2 pitch. Let's see how it gets there on our Mazda pitch by pitch. Mike Leake and Starlin Castro. Leake gets behind him, 2 balls and no strikes. He's just trying to throw the ball down, maybe get a ground ball double play. Misses the plate twice, then comes back with a good sinker right there that he swings over. And you see the Leake is right down at the bottom of the zone until that 2-2 pitch. He gets the ball elevated about thigh high. Castro takes it the other way and drives a run in. Our Mazda pitch by pitch.
The 14-game hitting streak, a career high in a single season for Castro. A couple of years ago, he carried over from 1 year to the next to get to 14. So they're on the corner now for Rizzo. Ball 1. Oh, they called it a strike. Rizzo thought that ball was low. Rizzo began last year in AAA. Highly touted prospect inside the Cubs organization. Originally drafted by Boston when Theo Epstein was there. Jed Hoyer worked with him there. Then Hoyer became the GM in San Diego, traded to get him out there. And then when Hoyer came to work for Epstein in Chicago, they went and got him again.
Now, the other part of that story is that he became available when the Padres picked up Yonder Alonso to play first base. They thought Yonder Alonso, the Padres that is, was much more major league ready than Rizzo, so he became available in a trade. Always a very highly touted prospect, and he's getting a chance to play every day. He's got a ton of power. I mean, a ton of power.
League looking for the strikeout, the pop up, or the best case scenario, the double play. He's already behind 2-0 in the game.
That's where Leake got him the first time up. He got ahead of him in his first at bat, 1 ball, 2 strikes, and then climbs the ladder on him. If you see Anthony Rizzo and where he holds his hands in the batter's box, he holds them very low. And that would give me an idea that he would be susceptible to the pitch that's upstairs. If you have enough hump on your fastball, you try to throw it across at the letters. Those are low hands there. Kind of reminds you a little bit of Ike Davis, who holds his hands in a similar position, first baseman for the New York Mets. I'm sure that there have been batting coaches along the way that have told him, hey, you can't hit like that. I think they told Eric Davis he couldn't hit like that. Of course, he's a special guy.
Try to get Rizzo to chase that fastball up, didn't do it. Saw David Bell down there at third base.
Yeah.
Boy, it's always nice to see him.
What a class act.
No doubt about it. The entire family. Strike 3 called to Rizzo. 2 at bats, 2 strikeouts. Big strikeout for Leake. 2 are out in the inning.
Well, he just tries to thread the corner on the outer side of the strike zone, and he gets it right there. Looks like a little backdoor slider. Started it off the plate, came right back to catch the corner. That's a dandy pitch.
Well, now one more big out to go to keep it a 2-run deficit. Alfonso Soriano bounced out to Zach Cozart, ending the opening inning.
Well, this guy has been around seemingly forever, going all the way back to his days in 1999 with the New York Yankees when he broke in. Got to remember that Soriano in one season, one time, had 39 home runs, over 100 driven in, and stole 41 bases in the same year. I mean, he was the full package.
Certainly a lot of leg problems have really slowed him down as far as being a base stealer any longer. Signed that long-term deal that everybody felt like was a terrible decision made by the Cubs. He had 2 years left on the contract, but we mentioned earlier last year was a nice bounce back year for him.
Hit 262 last year, 32 bombs. Drove in over 100, back in near 110.
1-2 the count.
You know, he's a guy that if you look at him in the batter's box, you're thinking, you know, he's hanging over the bat, he's hanging over home plate, and he's almost daring you to pitch him inside. If you can get it up and in, that's a spot right underneath his elbows. I mean, but the way he bends at the waist right there, he really appears to have part of his body in the strike zone.
But he wants you to throw it inside. Maybe, like you said, Chris, not up. But boy, you keep it down around the thighs or down below the knees, he can whack it. Even now, they're going away on a 2-strike pitch. Full count.
Way away, boy.
Well, what do you do now? You came in. You try to get him on a 2-2 away.
Well, Mike Leake's best fastball works when it moves into a right-hander. I got to figure they're going to go right back in there with him. Going away.
And to the pitch. And a breaking ball rolled over foul. David Bell still picking it down there at third, just like his daddy. And like he did for a long, long time in the big leagues. His father, Buddy, continues to work very, very hard in that Chicago White Sox organization.
Baseball lifer.
Yep. 3-2 once more on Soriano. Short center, Chu coming in to get it. And that'll do it. Cubs get another run. Lead in the middle of the third, 2-0. Toyota sign during our game. Michael Beck of Independence, Kentucky will win the beautiful new Tundra, on display every day at Great American Ballpark, and you can register for your chance to win it at an upcoming game by visiting your Cincinnati and Northern Kentucky Toyota dealer. Well, this one trending the other way from the norm to begin this year.
This is when you pitch on the right day versus pitching on the wrong day. You pitch on the wrong day, your team doesn't score very many runs for you. That would be Travis Wood. You pitch on the right day when your team is out there getting a whole bunch of run support. Mike Leake. Not always like that. Last year, Mike Leake averaged about 4.4 runs per game in support. Travis Wood, not too much to go by. Only 2 in the last almost 20 innings.
And already 2 in the front 3 here tonight. Chris Heisey at $1.75, a home run, 4 runs batted in, has 3 doubles. He'll be followed by Devin Mesoraco and then Mike Leake. And a fly ball into short left center field. De Jesus comes in to get it. 7 in a row retired by Travis Wood to begin the 9th. Devin Mesoraco starting for the 5th time over the last 6 games. 5 hits and 16 at bats, couple of doubles, 3 runs batted in. Of course, Ryan Hannigan began this year with a sore thumb. That was from opening day on. And then reaching up to catch an Aroldis Chapman fastball, he strained an oblique muscle. Did he go around? No. 2-0 on Mesoraco. And so Hannigan placed on the disabled list, and Corky Miller, brought up from AAA Louisville, and Corky has become Mesoraco's mentor, coming up through the Reds minor league system, frequently calling him wherever Corky would be on the road with Louisville, and And Devin would be with a big league club. They were together last year, of course, when Devin went back down to Louisville. Good man to learn from, Corky Miller.
You're not kidding about that. You know, Corky, if there was not a place for him in the Reds organization this year, he would have been shifted from player to coach. Came into spring training, not sure what would happen at AAA, whether he would have a job there. He wasn't going to make the big league team, at least not out of the spring, but you know, just goes to show you, perseverance pays off.
Short right, this is going to fall in for a hit. So a little dunker out there, but a base hit from Mesoraco, and he's a one-out base runner, the first Reds base runner tonight. Well, we know Mike Leake can hit. 3 hits, 3 runs scored his last time out. But that is the norm rather than the exception. Maybe not 3 hits, but certainly getting hits. 49 of them as a batter are the most by any major league pitcher over the last 4 seasons.
Which would make him the best hitting major league pitcher out there, right?
I would agree with that, wouldn't you?
Yeah, I would think so. I mean, maybe not the most power, but a guy that he knows what he's doing in the batter's box. Was asked to bunt on that first offering. See if that bunt stays on.
Well, we'll see if they keep the bunt on indeed. The Cubs believe so. But with 1 out already in the inning, we'll see if this time he's swinging away. Up, bunts it. Out of play, and he's behind 0-2. Okay, the Reds, one of 4 teams inside the National League Central playing really good baseball right now. Cardinals have won 6 of their last 10. The Pirates have won 3 in a row, 7 of their last 10, and all of a sudden Milwaukee, after beginning the year 2-8, has ripped off 7 straight wins. Leake drops it with 2 strikes, and Rizzo plays behind him. So give Leake the sacrifice and Devin in a scoring position. We invite you to get ready 30 minutes before every game with Reds Live on Fox Sports Ohio. Oh, we had it all covered tonight. Tech Talk, Chris's checklist right before game time, getting you ready. Reds Live, presented by Ray St. Clair Roofing.
I got to figure that discussion right there between Dusty Baker and Mike Leake may be about the signs and or missed signs. I was surprised to see Mike Leake still have the bunt on an 0-2 count. Maybe they had put something else on, and Dusty's already complained a little bit about his players missing some signs.
0-2 to Chu. Shin-Soo bounced out to Charlotte Castro, leading off the Reds' first inning. Reds trying to get on the board here in the bottom of the 3rd against Travis Wood, trailing 2-0. Little low, 2-2 on Shin-Soo Chu.
You know what you notice about Chu is that when he gets a pitch inside, most batters have a tendency to be bailing away from the baseball. He moves towards the baseball. And he's been hit more times than anybody else in the game so far this year. No fear.
Well, getting hit by a pitch 9 times not only leads the major leagues, it ties the Reds franchise record, and you're talking about baseball's oldest team with Mike Donlin, who in 1903 was hit 9 times in a month, and it's only the 22nd of this month. 3-2. Payoff pitch with a runner at second base. Ball 4. After being behind in the count, 0-2, he draws a walk. First walk of the night given up by Wood. And now it's up to Zach Cozart, who hit the ball right on the screws his first time up. But a line drive right at Shearholtz in right field, who caught it. Strike 1. Fooled badly there. 0-2.
That's a cutter we talked about earlier. Read it as a fastball. Boy, that breaks like a slider. That's a big breaking cutter at 87 miles an hour. That's very close to the speed of his heater.
Cozart put away on 3 pitches in that at bat. 2 men left. Reds still trail 2-0. The Joe Morgan exhibit. Get an inside look into the career of the Hall of Fame second baseman. Many items from his personal collection. So plan your next visit when you come down to the ballpark to the Reds Hall of Fame and Museum, visiting redsmuseum.org today. Number 8. The great Joe Morgan. We see him around frequently as a special advisor to President of Baseball Operations Walt Jocketty. Certainly a voice, a strong one inside the Reds organization, is Joe Morgan. Shearholtz to be followed by Castillo and Valbuena in the Chicago 4th inning. They have a 2-0 lead. A home run by David DeJesus to lead off the game. Single by Barney. They bunted him over. And And a base hit by Starlin Castro brought him in. That was in the third.
A little different role this year for Nate Shearholtz when he was a member of the San Francisco Giants, and he was his entire year until last year when he spent some time with Philadelphia. He was a part-time player. He's never had more than 335 or so at bats in a year. If you play every day, you're getting 500 at bats. Spot starter, good defensive replacement that the Giants would use from time to time.
Bronson Arroyo set to open the 4-game series against the Washington Nationals. It begins on Thursday nights. Off the glove of a diving Brandon Phillips. That'll trickle into shallow center field. That'll be a base hit for Shearholtz. That appeared to have a lot of topspin on it. Of course, for those of us here in Cincinnati that have the opportunity to watch Brandon Phillips play every day, it is almost impossible to believe that anyone else inside the National League, and we don't see every team play every day, obviously. In fact, some teams, those in the East and those in the West, you see only 6 or 7 times a year. But Darwin Barney of the Cubs was the guy who wrestled that Gold Glove away from Brandon Phillips. Went 141 games without an error. And it's not taking anything away from Barney. Just hard to believe that anybody could win that award at that position that's not named Brandon Phillips. Of course, Brandon was stunned himself. I mean, he didn't come out and say anything bad. He would never do that about Darwin Barney. But he made the comment, you know, that is an award that managers and coaches vote on in Major League Baseball. So we can hang a lot of things on the media, but you can't hang that one on the media. Runner goes and a one-hopper down to third in the dirt. Look at Phillips. They don't get the out there, or do they?
They got the double play.
They did get the double play. What a great play, just as we're talking about it, made by Brandon Phillips. That is a great play.
I'll tell you, that's worth a steak dinner from Todd Frazier to Brandon Phillips. Frazier's going to be aggressive right here, try to get that lead runner. But that throw is in the dirt, has a chance to go into right field and really open it up in this inning. But Brandon Phillips gets down there to block it, not only block it and field it, but turn the double play. That's picking it. Man, oh man.
Brandon's over there laughing at Frazier. If there are two guys that can fill up a room with John and one another, those would be the top two on the Reds team. Runaway winners.
You know, I have to give Frazier just the edge, maybe a little bit of edge right there as far as the talking part. But when it comes to tweeting, Brandon is in a league of his own.
Oh, yeah. Two and one on Luis Valbuena. And now 3 balls and a strike. You know, just to finish that conversation about Brandon Phillips and what he said during spring training this year about not winning the Gold Glove. He said, look, my style of play, if I play for your team, you love me. I play for the other team. You don't like me. Play hard. I have some flash. Got a little style. A lot of things that in baseball, you know, they might celebrate that sort of thing in the NFL or the NBA, but in baseball, not so much so. And he thought perhaps that turns some of the managers and coaches around the league off a little bit. That one scoots under the glove of Votto in the right field.
We don't see that happen to Joey Votto very much. That ball pretty much right at him. A very odd way that he went about to get after that ball. They're going to give him a base hit. He just didn't get his body in front of it. He fell down before the ball got there.
So now Darwin Barney, who singled and scored in the Cubs' third inning. Barney trying to rebound from a less than subpar offensive season a year ago. You may remember that 2 years ago when he first came up, he swung the bat pretty well. But then last year he had a dreadful time. There's a slow roller foul wide of third. 1-2 to Darwin.
You know, if you look at the Gold Glove last year, Darwin Barney went through there without making an error, right? Or he and he broke the record for the longest errorless streak ever. So
141 games.
Yeah, so that's kind of like what happened to Danny Jackson of the Reds back in 1990 when Oral Hershiser in '88 when Oral Hershiser had the consecutive shutout streak going. Overall, the numbers I think favored Danny Jackson, but because he had that highly publicized streak, the votes went to him for the Cy Young Award. You may say the same thing happened to Brandon Phillips last year.
And 2 on Darwin Barney. Frazier to first this time. Perfect throw, and that'll end the inning. Nice play by Phillips in the inning, keeping the Cubs away from adding on to what is a 2-0 lead. Sports Ohio brought to you by Toyota. See your Toyota dealer. Visit buyatoyota.com. Toyota, let's go places. And by JTM Food Group, let's create great dishes together. Well, every Wednesday night at 6 o'clock, join us for a look back on the previous week of Reds action on Reds Weekly. Jim Day, Jeff Pecoro, Jim Kelch review the best of the best. Features, interviews you won't see anywhere. Reds Weekly, Wednesday at 6, brought to you by Safe Auto. Drive safe, spend less. It's good stuff. Jim Day, Jeff Pecoro, Jim Kelch bring you. And they'd love to be talking about a 10-game homestand with only one loss. That would mean sweeping these Cubs, and first things first, they're down in game 1, 2-0. As Votto is down strike one to lead off the fourth inning. Joey grounded out to Starlin Castro, is only at bat tonight. Now 3 balls and a strike on Votto. Travis Wood came in with 8 walks in 19 innings, 19 2/3 innings to be exact, but only one of them tonight. A pitch away from walking Votto to lead off the inning, and that he does.
So he's had 2 walks tonight, 1 to Chu and 1 to Votto. Numbers don't lie. That is walk number 26 on the year for Joey.
And that's where Chu and Votto rank atop the leaderboard in on-base percentage in the National League. Chu 1, Votto 2.
Votto about lapping the field right there in the walk column. That's the kind of numbers that Barry Bonds posted a few years ago.
So most of his were intentional walks.
Yeah. Well, I'm sure Votto gets his share of unintentional, intentional walks. Yeah.
Now Brandon. Strike one on the outside corner.
Haven't seen him walk in with the bases loaded intentionally.
I saw that up front and in person. Buck Showalter in the Diamondbacks expansion year of 1998 walked Barry Bonds intentionally with the bases loaded. That brought the Giants to within 2 runs, and the next batter lined out to right, ending the game. And anybody who watched Barry Bonds regularly back in those days, you could understand why they did it. Because that guy, for about a 5, 6, 7 year time frame, if he got one pitch in the night to hit, he would hammer it somewhere. I have never been more amazed watching a player as frequently as I had a chance to see him play, being out in that NL West, like watching Bonds. And, you know, whatever he was doing, wasn't doing, I don't know, I don't care. But the focus and the concentration to be ready to hit when you so infrequently got pitches to hit was astounding.
Well, you keep in mind that what he was doing, other guys on the field were doing also. And he was still so far above everybody else on that field. Now, you're right. He get one hittable pitch a night and usually hammer it somewhere. He pretty much had the swing just perfected. He had the hitting swing perfected. Of course, manager of that time with the Giants was our own Dusty Baker.
1-2 to Brandon, and a bouncer foul. Joey wanting those signs again from Chris Spire. Couple of tough pitches, those last two, one away from Brandon, and he fouled off the first base side, and then that one ran up and in on him. Of course, Chris Spire continues to fill in at third for Mark Berry. We're going to say it every night we're in here all season long. Our best wishes and thoughts and prayers with Mark Berry. We hope he's doing well. Catcher saying he caught the ball. The umpire saying nope.
Here comes Dale Swaim. It fouled off the bat of Phillips. And it did hit the dirt. So good call right there by the home plate umpire, Jerry Meals.
Wood with a very good pickoff move. We saw it back with his time here in the Reds. One and two on Brandon Phillips. Votto at first, nobody out. And to right center field, and Scherholz has it. One out in the inning. Jay Bruce struck out his first time up. Bruce still looking for his first home run of this season. Has 8 runs batted in, came in hitting .275 with 6 doubles. Votto a very short lead over there at first, and Bruce way out in front. Boy, the distance between the end of his bat and that ball coming through shortly thereafter had to be about 2 feet ahead of that. Tried it again, and Jay lays off.
Jay didn't have to wait too long last year for his first home run. Happened on opening day. Still looking for a long ball here.
Told you the Reds with that win yesterday, coupled with a Cardinal loss in Philadelphia last night, catapulting the Reds atop the National League Central. Cardinals are in Washington to begin a 3-game series tonight. They're in the 5th inning of a 2-2 game. Milwaukee, the hottest team in the division, playing out in San Diego later. Pirates also playing very well.
You know, this is kind of an interesting matchup here. Jay Bruce and Travis Wood, because both of these guys were drafted by the Reds in 2005. Bruce one ahead of Travis Wood. So you got kind of internal competition going. That 2005 draft was tremendous. We'll show you some of the names that came through that draft for the Reds a little later on.
Two and two now on Bruce. Well, Wood has worn him out his first 2 at bats tonight. Well, book your next company meeting in the Sharp Business Solutions Conference Center here at the ballpark. Have a breakout session, company meeting. Call 513-765-7065. Now Todd Frazier. Votto walked to begin the inning, and you thought something might get started. Well, now they're going to need to do it with 2 men out. After Phillips flies out to right and Bruce strikes out, Frazier struck out his first time up. Wood now has 4 of those in the game. Straight up in the air, and this should end the 4th inning. Reds still with only 1 hit tonight. We have played 4, and the Cubs lead it 2-0.
On to the 5th inning. Jim Day with you. We're just beside the Reds dugout. Let's give you an update on a couple of injured pitchers for the Reds. Sean Marshall eligible to come off the disabled list today, but the Reds sent him out on a rehab stint. He pitched for Louisville tonight in Indianapolis, and good news here, he started the game, went 1 inning, no hits, struck out 2 through 12 pitches. Also today, this was a good sign to see right here. Johnny Cueto, the first time he has thrown since his injury. He played soft toss, and afterwards I talked to him briefly and I asked him how it went, and he said muy bien, which means very good in Spanish. He says he's very happy how it went, but as usual, it's always the next day, how they feel the next day. So we'll update you on both guys tomorrow, gentlemen.
Well, Jim Day, thank you very much, and that is indeed very good news on both Sean Marshall and Johnny Cueto. Tell you what, you look at the Reds, I mean, all things being equal, considering the competition that they have played, the competition level that they have played. Angels, Nationals, Cardinals, Pirates. Now granted, on this homestand, Philadelphia slow to get out of the gate, and Miami having a terrible time of it. But to consider the fact that they lost Ryan Ludwig on opening day, and he'll be out quite some time, as you know. Johnny Cueto on the DL. Sean Marshall has only pitched 1 inning so far the entire year. Ryan Hannigan on the DL. And yet you're 3 games over 500. It's pretty doggone good.
That is pretty good, considering that they have had injuries this year that they really weren't accustomed to last year. But you can also say that those teams that prognosticators said would be among the best in baseball, it hadn't looked that way, at least not for the Angels of Anaheim. They're still struggling mightily. Right now they're 3 games under 500. The Nationals only 2 games over. The Cardinals only 2 games over. So yeah, they played pretty good competition, but none of the teams that people thought would be really dominating than the Reds have played have been that way. Reds pretty much stunned by the Pittsburgh Pirates, who also stunned, by the way, the Atlanta Braves.
Well, Mike Leake almost the unthinkable, walking the pitcher to lead off the inning. And now David DeJesus, who has homered and walked, is down strike one. On the count on DeJesus, who led off the game with a home run, just fair down the right field line into the Cub bullpen. His third home run of the year. We told you the Cubs coming in have not won a road game since the third game of the season when they beat the Pirates back on the 4th of April. They come in batting under 200 on the road, averaging right at 2 runs a game. They got 2 runs in the first 3 tonight off Leake. Double play ball here. 2 out.
Oh, when you're a ground ball pitcher like Mike Leake and he gets about 63% of his outs via the ground ball, you will always have a chance of a double play ball like that. Spins up a nice breaking ball to David DeJesus. And a little grounder on it into DP lane.
And 2 on Castro, is bounced to third and knocked in a run with a single in the 3rd inning. Two runs, 5 hits, 3 men left on base for Chicago. No runs, 1 hit, no error, and 3 left for the Reds. And the 0-2 now is fouled out of play. Reds will see these Cubs on their next road trip, and it's a long one. Of course, they're in the stretch of playing 20 consecutive days without a day off. Today, game number 11 in that stretch. Phillips will get there, inning over. So Leake pitches around a leadoff walk to Travis Wood. Latter third, beginning with Heisey coming up. Our AT&T trivia question. You got to go back to the end of World War II. Who are the only 3 managers to win a playoff game with the Cubbies?
Well, you know, I'm going to defer to you. You were a former Cubs announcer for several years there.
Yes.
Called a lot of games with Steve Stone up there at Wrigley Field. I know you probably have some insight into that because I have no idea.
Well, we know there's one of them right there.
Yeah, we do know that. That's my guy.
This year is the 10th anniversary of that National League Championship Series that no one will ever forget. What a play made by Starlin Castro. Took away a hit on a line drive off the bat of Chris Heisey.
Hit it right on the screws, did Heisey. Hang with him.
The other one would be, or at least another one, would be Western Hills High School's very own Don Zimmer.
Okay.
Zimmer was the manager of the Cubs, of course, in another memorable, forgettable at the same time. And that's a base hit shot into right field by Mesoraco. He's a perfect 2-2 tonight. That was 1984 when it was a best of 5 back in those days in the National League Championship Series. There were no division series in those days. And the Cubs jumped out in front of the San Diego Padres in a best of 5. 2 games to none, and lost 3 in a row. So Zimmer, Dusty Baker. There's a botched hit and run there, and Mesoraco is out by a mile. His lead came up empty.
They're going to call him out, but I'm not so sure he was out by very much. It was not a good throw by Castillo. He may have gotten his foot in there, did he? No. Even with some fancy footwork, it didn't work. You know, after the last at bat Mike Leake had, he laid a bunt down, sacrifice on 0-2 count. And in the dugout, we showed you a shot of Dusty Baker talking to Leake, and I'm wondering if maybe he thought he got the bunt sign. He really had the hit and run sign last time up. Well, Dusty said, I'll put the hit and run on for you this time. And he swung through it and turned it into an out.
One hopper down to third, and that'll end the inning. That one nearly sailed on Anthony Rizzo. A hitter, nobody left, and a 5-2 Chicago. Kentucky Honda dealers. And here's your Honda game summary. First batter of the game, bang, down the right field line inside the fair pole off the bat of David DeJesus. 1-0 Chicago. Starlin Castro drove in Darwin Barney in the third inning. Leake got out of a first and third 1-out jam, ending that inning. But it's been Travis Wood tonight. He has 4 strikeouts, has only allowed a pair of hits, both of them coming with 1 out and nobody on to Devin Mesoraco. So here we go as we're set to begin the 6th inning at Great American Ballpark. Glad to have you with us on this Monday night. Cubbies and the Reds meeting for the first time this year. And this is game number 8 of a 10-game homestand. The Reds have won 6 of the first 7. Sweeping the Phillies 3 in a row and beating Miami 3 out of 4. That one jerked foul out of play by Anthony Rizzo, who struck out swinging and struck out looking. Soriano to follow, and then Nate Shearholz. Votto, nice play there. Feeds Leake covering, 1 out. No, we were talking earlier about Soriano and what a good year he had last year, driving in 108. Especially when you consider that there were 24 other players inside the National League that had more at bats with runners in scoring position than did Alfonso Soriano. 65 less chances than Hunter Pence. And of course, Pence was the guy who wound up leading the league after coming over from Philadelphia and joining the Giants, and so instrumental in San Francisco winning their 2nd World Series over the last 3 years. Rumors already flying with this slow start, and Soriano, among others, could be on the trading block. They remember the Cubs cleaned house last year.
Well, they would have cleaned house some more if they could have found somebody to take them.
Well, the Cubs, you may remember, had a deal in place last year with the Dodgers for Alfonso Soriano.
Haven't they been saying that every year for the last 6 years?
Yeah, Soriano allegedly turned it down. Last year they traded Ryan Dempster, Paul Maholm, Reed Johnson, Giovanni Soto. Already talked again. Here we are 3 weeks into the season about Soriano, Matt Garza once he comes off the DL, DeJesus, and of course, you know, they love to get rid of Carlos Marmol. But I'm not sure there's a strong market for that right now.
Of course, most of the news the Cubs have been making this year so far revolve about Wrigley Field and not necessarily the team that plays in Wrigley Field.
Yep.
We're on the verge of approving a huge upgrade to Wrigley, including a new home clubhouse that will stretch all the way from where it is now all the way down to the end of the stadium, underground tunnel to essentially be able to whisk executives and players back and forth from the Cubs offices across the street. A mammoth scoreboard that they've never had before. Of course, they've got the hand operated scoreboard out in center field. I'm talking about a Diamond Vision type scoreboard.
They're talking about nearly $500 million, and the Ricketts family that owns the team would be putting a huge chunk of that on the line, and many wondering, well, okay, if you do that, what's left to spend on the baseball team? That one lined into left field, a base hit. I'll tell you the other thing that was extremely disturbing was that story about the goat head that was sent to the owner, Tom Ricketts. It was in the newspaper a couple of weeks ago, delivered in a box to Wrigley Field. So you start talking Chicago money and Chicago politics, there's a lot going on.
Well, there's a lot of concern about this Cubs ball club down the road, because the money that they will start bringing in when they start tapping into all these different revenue sources that they have not had over the years, because they don't get very much money from all those people that sit on those buildings on the rooftops surrounding Wrigley. They get a little bit of that money, but not very much. They don't sell the suites that other ball clubs have. They don't sell the scoreboard advertising other teams have. And when they begin to start getting all this revenue in, there's a concern among other teams around that they are going to be the big spenders in this division.
That one whacked into left field, a base hit.
Although they have proven in the past that money necessarily can't buy you championships.
No. And they were, when they had that nice run there in the early part of 2000 and the late 1990s, they were outspending just about everybody in the Central Division then.
Yeah.
And it got them to one LCS. So Leake easily retires Rizzo and Soriano to begin this inning, and now has allowed a pair of rockets to Shearholtz and Castillo, and faces Valbuena, who hit the ball so hard it nearly knocked over Brandon Phillips his last time up. Strike one. Of course, there was a huge article written the other day in the Chicago papers about Tom Ricketts, a chairman, coming out and saying if we get all these renovations to Wrigley Field, and Chris, like you said, all the revenue streams that they've not had as a franchise, that would be home to a World Series champion. And of course, while that tugs at the heart of so many hardcore Cub fans, and make no mistake, they have great fans. But wow, I mean, there was also a lightning rod like response to those comments, as if insinuating the ballpark and the way it's constructed had anything to do with them not having played in a World Series since World War II. High fly ball.
Boy, he just missed that one.
And the inning is over. 2 hits, 2 men left. Let's see if the Reds with the top of the order coming up can get on the board. Up on Mother's Day. Come on down to Great American Ballpark. Bring mom, of course. Cheer on the Reds. They take on the Brewers. That's Sunday, May the 12th. Please write it down. I have dropped the ball many times, and I'm asking you not to do the same. The first 10,000 moms get a Reds Mother's Day tote bag thanks to Biz and Oxidol. And you can take advantage of the Reach Magazine Sunday Family Days ticket offer. Get your tickets at a great price. So remember, Mom. Look at that little one. And that one. Don't forget about Mother's Day. Top of the order for the Reds. Third time through this batting order now. And that got Chu, and that is the 10th time he has been hit in a month, which sets a Reds franchise record. 10 of them, and we're on the 22nd of the month.
That's a breaking ball that just kind of slips right out of the hands of Travis Wood. Barely gets Chu. Guy's like a magnet.
You know, apparently Chu has talked to some of the pitchers on the Red staff, and Chu has told all them, said, look, I really don't believe there's been one time in the first 9 times this year where somebody was trying to hit me. Been a lot of those breaking balls and change-ups that got away from guys.
Gets hit on the foot, the ankle.
Popped up, short left.
Got out ahead in the changeup that time.
Boy, Votto has one of those songs at the second. The batter in front of him does whatever he does. If you're old enough to remember the Rolling Stones, those first few notes in that song, Painted Black, you know immediately who's coming up. There are some songs a lot of us don't know. Chris, you and I know this song.
Yeah, we do.
Well, he had a good rip there, fouled it back.
I always found it kind of a depressing song, actually. How about you?
I agree with you.
Yeah.
But not everybody hears it that way. Obviously, Joey doesn't.
But, you know, it does have a very distinctive start.
Yep.
Right about to. Good hack there.
2 in a row. And found them both back. Once more, Votto choking way up off the end of that bat, and he strikes out. 3 pitches. 2 away in the inning.
Hard cutter going away from him. Travis Wood's got pretty good stuff tonight. He's got a fast arm, as you see, and he just goes right upstairs, and Votto, choke up or not, is unable to make contact on that. That's 5 of them for Travis Wood. Former Reds #2 draft pick back in 2005. Boy, you talk about draft years for the Reds. They hit the jackpot in 2005. Jay Bruce went in the first round, Travis Wood in the second. Then they got Sam LeCure, Carlos Fisher, Adam Rosales, Logan Ondrusek, and the Brewers closer John Axford went in the 42nd round. That is a motherload of talent in one draft.
You're not lying.
Jeff Stevens also went to the major leagues out of that draft. If we included him, we ran out of space.
Well, and 1 to Brandon Phillips. Chu still at first, 2 are out. Fastball away, a ball and a strike.
If you can get 1 or 2 legitimate major leaguers out of each draft, I mean, especially if you're not drafting the first, second, or third player in the entire country. But if you're down the draft, if you're drafting, 14th, 15th, something like that, and you get a couple of major leaguers, you've got a good draft. When you have a tally like that, man, oh man. And that was really the beginning. If you look back on the Reds' turnaround, They did it by drafting right and developing out of their farm system. And you can really go back to that 2005 draft and say this is kind of where it all began.
One and two to count on Brandon Phillips. Fastball up and away.
Well, he's been ahead of a lot of hitters, Wood has.
Runner goes, line drive, sinking liner to center, but into the mid of DeJesus, and that's all for the Reds in the sixth. We move to the seventh, still 2-0, Cubs in front. The three Cub managers to win a postseason game going back to 1946. We had Dusty, we had Don Zimmer. Are we forgetting anyone? You know what I was getting ready to say? Jim Fry was the manager in 1984. Don Zimmer was the manager in 1989. Jim Fry and Don Zimmer, both the pride of Western Hills High School. Two great guys, and of course Dusty got him to the LCS in 2003. Fry was the manager of that '84 team. What an unbelievable summer that was in the city of Chicago. They had not been to the playoffs in nearly 40 years when they went in that '84 year under Jim Fry. Of course, Jim Fry then became the general manager, and he was the one who named Don Zimmer as his field manager. Swinging a foul ball back out of play. So I beg your pardon. I knew after I had said it that something didn't add up quite right, and that was it. Fry was '84, Zimmer '89, and then Dusty with that '03 LCS. Man, oh man, was that something. Breaking ball away. 1 ball and 2 strikes to Darwin Barney. Of course, Mark Pryor trying to make a comeback inside the Reds organization was on the mound that fateful night. Roller down to Votto. Will feed Leak. 1 out here in the 7th inning. That was Pryor pitching with a lead. Cubs were 5 outs away from a trip to the World Series, and the play that everybody remembers is the foul ball hit by Luis Castillo down the left field line out of play, and a fan reaching out, and Moises Alou, his reaction, and all the terrible things that transpired for that young man. Just moments later, pelted with debris from other fans sitting around him, I don't even like saying the guy's name anymore. I was there that night announcing that series for Fox. It was terrible. Absolutely terrible.
And it got worse, actually, after the game ended and the days and weeks and months went on for him.
Well, I remember waking up the next morning. Vaughn swinging his wood on the 100th pitch of the night by Leake. Chris, I remember waking up the next morning. You know, you're all amped up. You're getting ready to do a Game 7, coming off a Game 6 and everything you saw that night. And I turned on the television in my hotel room, and all you see on every channel, local channel, are helicopters flying above that young man's house or flying above his place of employment. One of the local newspapers made the decision to publish his name in the morning paper the following day. That young man has never been heard from publicly ever since then. And if there is one thing that so many should just hang their head in shame, it is that a young man who was a Cub fan his entire life, who did what anybody else would have done, foul ball coming over to you, 7 or 8 other people went for the ball that night. That one into center field, a hit by De Jesus, his second of the night. I mean, he has been offered hundreds of thousands of dollars, which speaks to his character, by the way, that he's not looking to cash in. Nobody's known where to reach him. There's family that know. There's certain people that know. I mean, he has turned down hundreds of thousands, if not millions of dollars, just to do an interview. It's never happened. Oh, and 1 on Castro. Down the right field line off the end of the bat. And it's foul and out of play. Oh, so much was made about that foul ball, yet the Marlins wound up scoring 8 runs in that 8th inning, highlighted by 2 Cub errors, including a ground ball hit to shortstop that went right between the shortstop's legs. And that's really when the wheels fell off, starting with that play. 0-2. Foul ball again.
Well, the pitcher that night, and you mentioned him already, Mark Pryor, trying to make a comeback, was with the Boston Red Sox organization last year, and he is now in Louisville, and he's pitched in 7 ball games down there for Jim Riggleman. 9 hits, 5 runs overall. He's got 9 strikeouts, and I saw him pitch a couple of times in spring training, once in a minor league game and once in a major league game, and he looked good. I mean, he doesn't have quite the fastball that he used to have, but nice to see him back and nice to see him working hard. Very nice young man.
He worked 2 scoreless innings in the 2-1 Louisville loss last night against Indianapolis. Struck out 3, did not walk a batter.
You never know. We may see Mark Pryor here at the big league level sometime this year.
Of course, you never root for anybody to get hurt down there, but it would be a great story. Throw down to second and safe the call.
Another really good pick by Brandon Phillips. This ball short hopped him coming out of the hand of Mesoraco. Mesoraco got rid of it really quick. De Jesus had a big jump on it, and Brandon Phillips scoops, puts the tag on him, but just in there is De Jesus.
Becomes a very, very important batter now for Leake and the Reds. Castro already has driven in a run tonight. You're behind 2-0. You have 3 at bats to play with, and you only have 2 hits in the game. 1-2 to Castro. 108th pitch of the night coming up from Mike Leake. Allowed a home run to the first batter of the game. Castro drove in a run with a single to right field in the third inning, I beg your pardon. And now trying to get through 7. Broken bat roller. Phillips throws out Castro, and a good job by Leake. Another quality start from a Reds starter. Every game on this homestand except for the Tony Cingrani outing. Source for live baseball everywhere you go. iPhone, iPad, Android, BlackBerry 10, and Bat delivers. Text at BAT, ATBAT to 31826. That's 31826, or visit Reds.com for details. All right. Reds coming to bat here in the bottom of the 7th inning. They have been shut out so far. We told you at the beginning of the night, the Reds have scored. As that one is swung on and fouled back out of play.
We talked about at the very onset of the game, Tom. Feast or famine for this offense. 10 runs yesterday versus Miami. They've scored 10 or more 5 times. But they've also scored 1 or less 6 times. And they're in that latter category now.
This is a laser into right center field, and the first home run of the year for Jay Bruce. Oh, you know that one feels good for Jay Bruce. Number 1 of the season. And the number 1 run for the Reds tonight, and it's a 1-run game.
Little slider down and away. Our good look at that with our Expo camera, courtesy of Munchin's Furniture, and a laser beam is right center field, no doubter.
Broken bat roller down to third.
Kind of interesting on that home run by Jay Bruce that he was really being handled very nicely by Travis Wood all night long. He had seen 3 pitches in each of his 2 at-bats. Struck out both times, once on a fastball, once on a cutter, and Wood went with a little breaking ball right there, got it up, and Bruce made him pay. So that's got to feel awfully good for number 32. And you know what? Having known Jay Bruce's history in his past about him getting hot, I wonder if this is just one of those things that get him going onto one of those streaks where he carries the ball club.
Now Heisey, he hit the ball very hard his last time up, had a hit taken away on a diving stab made by Castro, the shortstop. A one-run game here in the bottom of the 7th inning. Threw that one right by him, up and in. Mesoraco waits on deck. He already has 2 hits tonight. Reds only have 3. Bruce's first home run this year, coming in his 83rd at bat. Tapper deep in the hole. Castro cuts it loose, and Heisey legs it out for an infield hit.
Well, he hit the ball very hard to the shortstop his last time up. This one not quite as hard, but you send Starlin Castro into the hole like that, he's got the arm to throw you out, but not Chris Heisey. Little cheat action at the very end right there by Anthony Rizzo trying to buy it out, but Heisey easily safe, and Dale Swain may have seen enough of this guy.
Well, they have the right-hander Sean Camp getting loose down in the Chicago bullpen. And that's who Dale Swain has summoned to come on and take over for Travis Wood, who pitched 1 5-ball game here tonight. This is our Skyline Chili call to the bullpen. One out later, an infield hit by Heisey, and that is all for Travis Wood. And he'll give way to the right-hander Sean Camp out of the Chicago bullpen.
Pretty good job overall by Travis Wood, former Red tonight, holding the Reds to 4 hits and 1 run. That home run by Jay Bruce before being relieved here in the 7th. Sean Camp, 9th game for him. He was in 80 games last year for the Cubs. He was tied with 2 other pitchers in the National League for most appearances out of the bullpen. Matt Belisle of Colorado and Randy Choate of the Marlins and the Dodgers also had 80 appearances.
Mesoraco has seen him 3 times, has 1 hit in the 3 at-bats. Now this Cub bullpen was awful. I mean awful. As there's a balk called on Camp. And that will send Heisey in a scoring position.
That's a real interesting call right there. Really what they're going to call him is that he did not step, that he did a jump move to first base. You have to step with your left foot. You've got to go, and he didn't. You can see all he did was turn his foot. And it could have been because his foot got caught, his cleats got caught in the dirt.
So Mesoraco now with a chance to tie the game. Breaking ball away. We were talking about how bad this Cub bullpen was to begin the year. Now you got to hang your hat on something. They have combined to toss 8 scoreless innings over their last 4 games. And that's just to get their ERA under 5. Izzy out at second, 1 out in the inning. Mesoraco 2 of 2 in the game and takes it right down the can for a called strike. Jack Hanahan 2 of 4 lifetime in his career, including a double against Cam. Stands in the on-deck circle. That's a number 9 spot in the batting order next. Two balls, 1 strike on Devin Mesoraco, and a breaking ball is in there. Steve right too. Mesoraco has not offered at a single pitch so far in this at bat. Still 2-2. Jay Bruce started the inning with a home run, bringing the Reds within 1. And now they have a tying run at second base. 2-2. Popped up. Two gone in the inning. And Hanahan will bat for Mike Lee. Another excellent start by a Red starting pitcher. Told you the only non-quality start they've had on this entire homestand. And the only reason was because Cinbrani only pitched 5 innings. He allowed just the 1 run, getting his victory in his first major league start.
Hey, 8 strikeouts. It just he had so many 3-ball counts in that game that he ran his pitch count up and he couldn't go more than 5. So that's where the that quality start stat can be a little bit misleading. I'd take that out of Tony Cingrani tomorrow.
Well, Hanahan announced as a pinch hitter. He's a left-handed hitter, of course, and they have James Russell down in that bullpen. So Cam does his job, although he did balk the runner into scoring position. He retires the only batter he faces. And now Russell will come on to face, is it Hanahan, or will Dusty look down the bench once more? Magazine looking to salute our nation's veterans and military service members. 30 veterans and military service members, one to represent each Major League Baseball team, will be recognized at the 2013 Major League Baseball All-Star Game in New York City. To nominate, go to tributeforheroes.com. James Russell, his father, born and raised Jeff Russell right here in Cincinnati, obviously has done his job so far this year. He's not allowed an earned run, has not walked about it. Hanahan will face him from the left side. Strike one.
He's stranded all 5 runners he's had on the mound too when he's come in. James Russell has, and when you face him, if you're Jack Hanahan, you're going to see a lot of sliders. Sliders, changeups, curveballs, and fastballs, probably in that order.
First time Hanahan has ever seen Russell. That's somewhat of a surprise, considering that Hanahan, all those years in Cleveland, and you'd play teams NL Central against AL Central. One and one the count on Hanahan. Tying run at second base. We're in the bottom of the 7th inning. 2 are out. High fly ball off the end of the bat into right field, and it is off the wall. Tying run scores. Hanahan on his way to third, and he is in there with a game-tying pinch hit triple. Boy, when it left the bat, Chris, you tell me, it didn't appear to me hit all that well.
Well, it sounded good, but it looked like he hit it with one hand because he lunged at it a little bit. He went way down there to get it and immediately released his left hand, but he got it on the sweet spot. And in this ballpark, you pull the ball after hitting it on the sweet spot, you've got a chance. Good effort out there by Nate Shearholtz. He's a good defensive outfielder, but he's unable to come with it. And Jack Hanahan ties it up, first triple of the year. Picks up his 3rd run batted in, and that's a big one.
Well, what a good job he has done. And it's his first year as a Red. Now Chu. Boy, the crowd seemingly with every passing day, every passing game wearing a Reds uniform. Chu becoming one of the real fan favorites. And why not? You play like he's been playing, you earn it. A ball and a strike on Chu. Hanahan off the Reds bench. 5 hits in 9 at-bats with 3 RBIs. Those are his pinch hitting numbers. What a great job so far. Turned in by Jack Hanahan. Travis Wood can't win it, nor can he lose it. Both runs charged to him. Started 2 and didn't pull the trigger. Chu has more than held his own against left-handers so far this year. 6 hits and 22 at-bats. One-two delivery. Breaking ball away, and a count even on Chu. Two balls, 2 strikes. Foul tipped into the mitt of Wellington Castillo, but the Reds rally to tie this thing up. It began with Jay Bruce's first home run of this young season. And then Hanahan off the bench ties it with a triple.
Cubs will bat in the top of the 8th, and they'll send up Anthony Rizzo, first baseman, left-handed hitter. He's been handled pretty well so far tonight by Reds pitching, namely Mike Leake, and this is our head and shoulders whiff of Old Spice. A couple of whiffs by Anthony Rizzo, a high fastball right there. Leake goes up the ladder and then gets him with a backdoor breaking ball. 0 for 3 on the night, a couple of strikeouts, and that whiff courtesy of Old Spice.
All right, now Jonathan Broxton takes over on the mound for the Reds. Had that one bad outing, of course, in Pittsburgh. That was a week ago yesterday when the Reds lost that 5-0 lead to the Pirates. And just one of those days. It rarely ever happened to Jonathan Broxton, but it happened on that day. Otherwise, he'd been mighty good. It'll be Rizzo, Soriano, Shearholtz here in the Chicago 8th inning. Now a 2-2 game. First pitch fastball laced into left, but there to get it is Heisey. Now Alfonso Soriano. Strike one. Broxton is not allowed an earned run in any of his other 6 outings outside of that 8th inning on the 14th of this month against the Pirates. Came over, of course, last year from Kansas City. His last outing was here on Friday night against the Florida Marlins. Worked a perfect inning out of the Reds bullpen with a strikeout.
Now that's a new pitch that Jonathan Broxton came up with about August last year. He started throwing a cutter, and man, his numbers in August and September for the Reds were phenomenal. Always was the guy that relied on that, really, the good old-fashioned Augusta, Georgia fastball that he used to fire up there about anywhere from 98 to 99 miles per hour. That one at 96.
Pitch in the dirt. Soriano did not go around on the appeal down to first base umpire Marvin Hudson. 2-2 on Alfonso Soriano. Very dangerous in this 2-2 game with 1 out and nobody on. We're in the 8th. A little better than 18,000 here tonight with the Cubs in town. Left side for Frazier. 2 out. Reds in the bottom of the 8th, 2, 3, and 4 in their batting order. Cozart, Votto, Phillips, Dua. Carlos Marmol getting loose in the Chicago bullpen. Right now, Russell still officially in the game. Broxton doesn't know where the ball is, and he finds it, but Shearholtz reaches safely. He's looking initially at his right hand. Boy, this would be the last thing in the world with all the injuries that have piled up on the Reds team already. Having lost Ludwig on opening day, Sean Marshall down in their bullpen, recently Ryan Hannigan.
Well, it got him on the right hand. It got him on the back of the right hand, and that's much worse than getting it on the palm. As he follows through, he gets that glove out, but his right hand is right in the way. But he looks actually up in the air for maybe the ricochet of the baseball.
Paul Lassard, the head trainer, out alongside pitching coach Brian Price and of course the manager Dusty Baker. Logan Andrusik already up and throwing in the Reds bullpen.
Well, you can see where it got him right there. I believe you can see the kind of discolored. They're going to take him out of the ball game right there on the down towards the, say, the 4th or 5th metacarpal.
Well, you can only hope they get the kind of news that they received about Zach Kozar over the weekend.
Well, the good thing is he's moving it. See him moving his fingers like that.
Well, of course, Logan Andrusik will have as much time as he needs to get out there and warm up on the mound after the injury to Jonathan Broxton. Broxton will make his way back up into the clubhouse and I'm sure have that thing x-rayed immediately. We'll be right back. Sports Ohio will break it all down. Reds Live brought to you by Kings Honda, the Kings Auto Mall, Kings Honda, USA.com. Well, Jonathan Broxton having to leave after getting hit, it appears, on his right throwing hand on a line drive off the bat of Nate Shearholtz, and so Logan Andrusik will come on to take over with a runner at first and 2 away in his 2-2 game. We're in the top of the 8th inning. Hey, by the way, while we have a moment, we brought up the names a little bit earlier about Jim Fry and Don Zimmer. We got a phone call from Ray Penno, UC football player in the late 1940s, who let us know that Jim Fry is going to be in town on May the 1st. Chris, he is going to be inducted into the Price Hill Old Timers Baseball Hall of Fame. And that function is going to be held out at the farm. You know where that is, over in Delhi. Fry will be the featured speaker along with Don Zimmer. We understand that Don has had a lot of health problems here recently, but both Don Zimmer and Jim Fry scheduled to be inducted into the Price Hill Old Timers Baseball Hall of Fame. That'll be at the farm over in Delhi. Great spot. And that'll be on May the 1st. So for any of you that are interested in finding out how to go to that event, I'm sure you can call somebody out at the farm or someone at the Price Hill Old Timers Baseball Hall of Fame. So Andrusic is ready. Breaking ball in the dirt to Wellington Castillo. On the outside corner, strike.
Yeah, like his predecessor, Logan Andrusic likes to throw that cutter as well. Big guy's got a nice fastball on the load in the mid-90s, but that cutter, nice sharp late breaking action away from a right-hander.
Andrusic struck out the only 3 batters he faced in the game against the Marlins here yesterday. We receive any word whatsoever from the Reds clubhouse on the condition of Jonathan Broxton, we will certainly pass it along. Castillo swung so hard his helmet fell off. 2-2.
Pretty good looking slider right there from Logan Andrusic. Stayed right on top of it and dropped out of sight.
Now Andrusic trying to put away the Cub catcher. They get the final out in this inning. Out of play.
Andrusic was sent down to the minor leagues right before the end of spring training, about 3 days before the Reds took off from Goodyear, Arizona, and came north. He was assigned to Pensacola AA. They wanted to make sure he got plenty of work in to stay ready. And they needed him, of course, as soon as Sean Marshall ended up on the disabled list. They brought Andrusic up. He was a mainstay with the Reds the entire season last year.
2-2 on Wellington Castillo. Strike 3 called. Fastball got him looking. All right, 2, 3, and 4 coming up for the Reds. Cozart, Votto, and Phillips. Will it be Marmol from a Chicago pen? drive of the game. Game-tying drive of the game by Jack Hanahan. A triple off the right field wall. Plating Chris Heisey. Reds coming up with 2 in the bottom of the 7th inning to come back from a 2-0 deficit. So a job well done tonight by Mr. Hanahan. James Russell remains in the game. You have Cozart, Votto, and Phillips. Russell not just a lefty on lefty guy. Right-handed batters actually hit lower against him last year than did left-handed batters. Or I beg your pardon, than right-handers. Right-handers hit 250, the lefties hit 262. And in essence, Russell is a guy who took over the spot of Sean Marshall after he was traded to the Reds. 2-0 to Cozart. Reds only have 5 hits in the game. 3 of the 5 came when they tied it up an inning ago. A 4-pitch walk starts the Reds' 8th.
Now, James Russell is still in the ball game. Not to pitch the entire inning, but they brought him in there in this part of the game to pitch to Votto, and then Phillips, but especially Bruce. Votto and Bruce are the reasons he's in there. He's the only lefty they've got down there. Then you walk the leadoff guy and you open up the right side of the infield for a ground ball, maybe to go through off the bat of Votto.
Joey 2 out of 5, a pair of doubles and a walk against Russell. Russell has struck him out twice. Good pitch here.
Now Russell throws hard enough just to keep you a little bit honest. Got a fastball to 89, 90 range, something like that. Occasionally he'll bust it inside on a left-hander to kind of buy the outside corner with that slider. That slider is his go-to pitch.
Started to pull the trigger, Votto, and he couldn't do it.
Yeah,
behind 0-2.
That's really all about pitch recognition. The whole idea is of a left-hander like Russell is to make that slider look like it's a fastball. Really good arm action.
Russell jumps ahead of Votto at 0 balls and 2 strikes. Joey hitless tonight. Grounded to short, drew a walk, struck out swinging against Travis Wood in the 6th. Strikes out Votto on 3 pitches. 1 out.
That's a pretty good sequence of pitches for James Russell right there. 2 sliders on the outside block and then a fastball right inside underneath Votto's hands.
Tell you, it's interesting. The 2 lefties that Russell could face in this inning have really given him fits. We told you Votto 2 out of 5. Jay Bruce is 6 for 12 against James Russell.
That's amazing.
With 2 doubles, a home run, a walk. But we'll see if he gets a chance to bat. Phillips in there. Strike 1. It's interesting to know that Jay Bruce's .500 average against Russell is Jay's highest than against any left-handed pitcher that he has faced at least 6 times. Oh, and 1 now to Brandon Phillips. Back to the mound. There's one. Double play ends the inning. So after a leadoff walk, Russell takes care of business. We go to the ninth, tied at 2. Brought to you by Cincinnati Children's Hospital, ranking 3rd in the nation on the U.S. News and World Report's 2012 honor roll for best children's hospitals in America. And by Chevy. Visit your Tri-State Chevy dealer today and get great pricing on a brand new 2013 Chevy. Downtown Cincinnati on a spectacular weather Monday night. 2-2 game, and when you're at home you tend to see this from a lot of managers around baseball. You bring in your closer, and that's what the Reds will do with Aroldis Chapman. Already 2 wins, 3 saves, and a minuscule ERA, and a little more than a full 9 innings of work.
Yeah, that earned run average is something other than 0 only because of 1 swing from Justin Ruggiano, center fielder from the Marlins, that took him deep for a go-ahead run. Reds ended up losing that ball game. And Chapman's only loss of the year. But he'll strike you out. 9 innings, 16 punch-outs. Last year he pitched 68 ball games, 71 innings, and struck out 122. And here he has the bottom 3 of the Cubs order.
That means Valbuena, Barney, and a pinch hitter for Russell. Valbuena waiting, and the 1-0 delivery is a fastball he takes for a strike. Valbuena's never seen Chapman. Barney due up next. 1 for 6 with a walk and a couple of strikeouts. Gas 96.
He's probably heard of him though.
You think? Slider at 86.
Well, they're trying really to get Aroldis Chapman to use more of his secondary pitches this year. He got into a trap last year of becoming a one-pitch pitcher, and eventually that kind of hurt him. He got into a groove where that's all he could throw over the plate was that fastball, and when he got hit around a little bit, he didn't have anything else to go to. So he's been very good about throwing what the catcher's called, and they've called a lot of off-speed pitches.
First pitch fastball, strike one to Darwin Barney. Scott Hairston stands in the on-deck circle. Of course, his brother used to play in a Reds uniform for a while, Jerry Hairston Jr. 1 ball and 1 strike. Hairston with a lot of pop in that bat. One and 2. Two-strike pitch on Barney. Blew him away. 98-mile-per-hour fastball and back-to-back strikeouts for Aroldis Chapman here in the ninth.
We've said it before, but one of the things that makes Chapman's fastball so much better than another 97-mile-an-hour fastball is the fact that he's long-legged, has got great extension towards home plate, and he's quite a bit closer to home plate, relatively speaking, than other pitchers who are throwing that hard. So his 97 might really be 101.
We'll be very careful here on this first pitch. This guy can hit him a long way, and it's up and away, ball one. Never been a great player. He's put up monster minor league numbers. Has had a couple of good years in the major leagues, but you see 9 career pinch hit home runs. 1-1. Hairston grew up outside Chicago. His father played in the big leagues. Grandfather played in the big leagues. Brother played in the big leagues. And he grew up going to Wrigley Field, although a Sox fan, rooting for Sammy Sosa. Well, guess what number Sosa used to wear? 21. And now that's a number that Hairston wears. Chapman now tries to put him away. And does. 99 on a fastball. Chapman fans aside in the ninth. Reds will have Jay Bruce, Todd Frazier, Chris Heisey. Can they win it in their final at bat again on this homestand? Moment brought to you by Miller Lite. Jay Bruce's first home run. came leading off the 7th inning with the Reds down 2-0. The Reds would get another inning to tie the game. Bruce's 83rd at bat of this season. The Reds have already won half of their games on this homestand, a 6-1 record. Of the 6 wins, 3 of them they have won in their final at bat. Twice against Philadelphia, then the extra inning game against the Marlins over the weekend. They have 3 walk-off wins this year, and now Marmol comes on to pitch the bottom of the ninth.
Well, he started the year as a closer for the Cubs. That's in question right now. After 3 games, he was lifted from that closing responsibility. But he's pitched very well ever since, actually. Last 5 outings, he's pitched an inning each. He's only walked 2 batters over that period of time. And for him, of course, control is the problem.
They'll roll it down to first, and that'll take care of Bruce to begin the bottom of the 9th inning. Now, you're not kidding about walking batters. He has lost the closer's role really for long stretches in each of the last 2 years.
You know, he's such a teaser, though, because he's got such great stuff. His fastball, when he's throwing it right, he throws it a low arm angle, very tough for a right-hander to get on top of. Throws it in the low to mid-90s. Got a slider that some people say is the best of any right-hander in baseball. But that delivery that he shows you there, it's hard to pick the ball up. It's herky-jerky, but it also lends itself to a lot of inconsistency.
There's some to believe you could just walk up there and not swing the bat one time, and Marmol would have a hard time throwing 3 strikes before 4 balls. Now, Chris, you pointed out he's on a pretty good run right now. And really, after losing his job, and you may remember it came right here in Cincinnati last summer, when Dale Swain took him out of the closer's role very early in the year. Second half of the season, he threw the ball much better. His ERA over the second half was 1.5. He earned his job back and had 12 saves, but had a brutal spring training. Had one of the ugliest games you could ever pitch in against the Reds the final week of spring training. Then gave up the home runs to BJ and Justin Upton in Atlanta, losing his job, and here he is 3-1 to Frazier. Boy, and every time Marmol comes out of that bullpen now at Wrigley Field, boy, does he hear it from the crowd. There's that slider on a 3-1 pitch, and a good one.
Yeah, you know, I think he's got a better chance of throwing a slider for a strike than does a fastball for a strike.
One of the reasons Swain pulled him out of that job last year is because he threw the slider too much. Frazier gone swinging. He chased a slider that didn't do much, just stayed up in a strike zone. By the way, we've got good news on Jonathan Broxton. X-rays are negative. Taken on his right hand after getting hit on that line drive off the bat of Nate Shearholz. Good news indeed. I thank God for that, because the Reds have had some not so good news on a lot of other guys. LeCure ready in the bullpen should they need him in the 10th. Izzy trying to end it with one swing of the bat. A one-hopper at second instead. And we're on our way to extra innings. Cubs are 0-1. Reds are 1-2. 2-2 game. We've seen Mike Leake. We've seen Jonathan Broxton, Logan Ondrusik, Aroldis Chapman. A couple of changes for the Reds here in the 10th inning. Derek Robinson, part of a double switch, replacing Heisey. And now we get a look at right-hander Sam LeCure.
Now Sam LeCure, 7th game for Sam, and he's got his typical very good numbers. Low opponent batting average, doesn't walk too many, strikes out about 1 per inning, and a good earned run average. Mike Leake went 7 innings of 2-run baseball. Broxton 2/3 of an inning before he got hit on the hand and was taken out of the ball game. Ondrusik came in to finish up that inning. Then a 1-2-3 punch out inning for Chapman, and here is LeCure.
Top of the order coming up for the Cubs here in the top of the 10th inning. It'll be DeJesus, Castro, and Rizzo. DeJesus led off the game with a home run down the right field line against Mike Leake. One of only 2 runs Mike allowed in 7 innings tonight. DeJesus' walk bounced into a double play. Singled, stole a base in the 7th. Two runs, 9 hits, no errors, 7 men left on base for Chicago. Reds with 2 runs, 5 hits, they've left 5. (2-0). Cardinals have won their game. They edge the Nationals tonight 3-2. Pirates lost their game by the same score in Philadelphia. Left side of the infield, backing into the outfield grass. Cozart called off by Robinson. 1 out. Starlin Castro, 1 of 4, has bounced to third, knocked in a run with a single back in the 3rd inning. Has popped up and grounded out to second base. Right at the shortstop, Cozart for the 2nd out. So now Anthony Rizzo, hitless in 4 at bats, hit the ball very hard his last time up against Jonathan Broxton when Broxton came on in the 8th inning. Hit a line drive right at Heisey and left. He struck out twice, one swinging, one looking, and bounced to bottom. One and oh the count on Rizzo. He went around.
Yeah, this is a guy that you got to be a little bit on the careful side with because he's got plenty of home run power. He's walloped 6 already on the year. He's up there guessing, and gets this pitch, he can hit it a long, long way.
Fair ball, and Votto can't handle it. Should have been the third out of the inning.
Well, he was playing right on the line. The Reds are trying to take away the double, and that ball probably would have been a double had Joey Votto not been stationed on the line. He went down to get it. It came up on him and got away, and that'll be an error.
So now Alfonso Soriano, who's always looking like many hitters, but especially Soriano, it seems, for that first pitch that he can hammer somewhere. And he takes a first pitch breaking ball for a strike. So LeCure needing to get what is in essence a fourth out here in the 10th. Got De Jesus, got Castro. Now the error allows Soriano to bat. 2-2 game in the 10th. Breaking ball off the outside corner. Perfectly located fastball there on the inside corner to get ahead at 1-2.
Yeah, you can see Soriano buckle a little bit when this ball just came out of his hand. He wasn't sure where it was. That's the fastball that Soriano's been looking for the entire at bat, but it was such a good, well located pitch that he couldn't pull the trigger. Now you put him away with a hammer of a breaking ball.
Try two. Nine strikeouts in the game for Reds pitching here tonight. They struck out 10 or more batters in 4 straight games, for only the second time in modern history. Of course, we talk all the time about Mesoraco here all the time. Last few days working with starting pitchers. Of course, he's now working with relievers, many of them regularly for the first time. Bozard will play to first, and the throw is high, and back-to-back errors here in the Reds' 10th inning. A team that until yesterday had gone 10 straight games without an error, and now all of a sudden a 5th out is needed here in the 10th inning.
That was a routine play right here, and he just didn't follow through on it. Tried to take a little bit off the ball, throw it over there easy, and the ball sailed out of his hand. You don't see him do that very often.
As we talked about, it was the Cubs who came limping into this series. Among the worst defensive teams in the National League, only the Nationals have committed more errors than the Cubs.
Now this is one situation, Tom. You got left-handed hitter and Nate Shearholt's up, and you want to get Joey Vaughn a little bit more off the bag at first base. You're not preventing the double right now. You're just preventing the base hit with a runner at second base. He's moved off the line about a step and a half or so. He was playing right here on the line. But now with a runner at second, you want to try to close that gap. More balls go in there than they do go right down that first base line.
He still hadn't moved over much. Oh, and 1 to count on Shearholtz. Talked about the Cubs and how poor they have been in these situations so far this year, the worst by far in Major League Baseball. And LeCure trying to make those numbers even worse. Should have been out of this inning a while ago. Strike 2.
Boy, good comeback on that fastball.
Rizzo reached on an error by Votto. Soriano reaches on an error by Cozart. But LeCure trying to make it a scoreless 10th inning. Ahead 1-2 on Shearholtz. And here it comes. He thought it was strike 3.
Boy, he's not missing by much.
Boy, he's tough. He is tough. A 5-out inning for LeCure, and they still don't score. And that's 5 games in a row. A Reds record, striking out 10 or more in a game. A 5th consecutive game of striking out 10 or more batters.
Pretty good looking curveball right there by Sam LeCure. You're right, Tom, when you said that it was a 5-out inning for the Reds after a couple of errors. The strikeouts have been the way the Reds have gone. They've been giving away a lot of pizzas around here this week.
Well, you're not lying.
Of course, the Reds have a ticket promotion. If the Reds pitchers on a particular night or day strike out 11 or more, back of that ticket says you get a free pizza.
Now Devin Mesoraco, first pitch swinging and a lazy fly ball into left center field. Well, I know one thing, the Reds must be reading a scouting report that Marmole's not walking anybody, because every time we see the guy, he is walking the planet.
Well, I think you're in kind of a tough spot with Marmol if he is throwing strikes, because he's got the kind of slider that if you're a right-handed hitter, you really don't want to have to be forced to swing at that pitch, because it's not hittable. So you're better off guessing sometimes, if this is the way you're thinking, that, hey, if he's going to throw me a first pitch fastball, that's my best shot.
Robinson pulling the bat away. It's ball one. Derek batting for the first time.
We have seen Marmol when he has been nowhere close.
All right, 1 out. He's fallen behind 2-0.
He looks at Chris Byer. Chris Byer kind of gives him a little hip action, say, hey, lean into that pitch. We need your wheels on the bases.
Top of the order next in Shin-Soo Choo. Ball 3. And really, Marmol is not throwing a lot of strikes here tonight. He went 3-1 on Frazier, wound up striking him out. Bruce swung, if I remember correctly, in the second pitch in his at bat. Heisey very early in the count. That's 4-pitch walk. Nowhere near the plate. So now the Reds have a tying run, winning run, I beg your pardon, the board here in the bottom of the 10th inning. And at least this 10th inning belongs to Marmol. They have no action in their bullpen. They had a 1-2-3 ninth inning.
Well, if you're thinking about a stolen base, Marmol's the guy that you can definitely get a good jump on. 2 years ago, gave up 12, threw out 1. Last year, gave up 6, did not throw out any.
And Robinson with over 300 career minor league stolen bases. His only attempt was when they caught him leaning too far off the bag, and he wound up going pitcher to first to short, thrown out, as Chris Bosio, the pitching coach. Well, come visit Marmol, has now thrown 5 straight pitches out of the strike zone. Of course, nobody's feeling sorry for you in Major League Baseball, because every manager, every team goes through stretches of time where it doesn't matter what you do, it just doesn't seem to work. And Dale Swaim, everything he went through last year with Marmol, closure situation, it's all they talked about in spring training, over and over and over again. Would Marmol be the closer, or Fujikama, whom they brought over from Japan? And in 6 days into the season, after Marmol gives it up in Atlanta, he's taken out. Fujikawa takes over, blows his first save chance, then comes down with a sore arm. And they'll throw over a couple of times.
Well, if you're Dale Swaim, what are you supposed to do? You inherit a ball club that has Marmol as a closer. They signed him to a 3-year deal, not Swaim, but the Cubs front office in 2011 for $20 million. So the owners are saying, hey, we're paying this guy. You got to use him.
Runner goes. And he is safe at second. The first career stolen base in the major leagues for Derek Robinson. That's what you like to see, Chris, not waiting around.
You're exactly right, Tom. And in my book, it's not how many you steal, it's when you steal them. And in a 2-2 ball game and extra innings, and you get your speed on there, you go ahead and use your tools. He goes hard into second base, head first, and with his kind of speed, I would say it would be pretty much a sure thing if he reads a base hit off the bat.
Now they will go ahead and intentionally walk, having fallen behind 2-0 on Chu. It's interesting to know that Robinson, who's not gotten much playing time, has scored 2 runs in his major league career. Both of them were the Reds, and both of them turned out to be, in essence, the game-winning run against the Nationals back on the 7th, and against Philadelphia during this homestand when the Reds broke that 2-2 tie in the 8th inning. So now is when sometimes you get into that guessing game. Now, the last 2 pitches notwithstanding, the bottom line is Marmol has thrown 8 in a row out of the strike zone. Comes back with a first pitch slider, a strike. Kozar with a chance to win it. Barney to his left, bobbles. Still gets the out. Well, you can see what's coming from a mile away here. Or do you? Wellington Castillo is looking into the Cub dugout. Of course, the danger with walking anybody with Marmol on the mound is he's capable of walking the next guy. And they're still looking for a decision in that dugout.
I would imagine that Carlos Marmol probably does not want them to have him intentionally walk here.
Well, here we go. Marmol has had his way with Votto. There's no 2 ways about that. 14 at bats for Votto against Marmol. He has 1 base hit. And that was a home run. One and one.
Now, one thing you really got to be aware of if you're Derek Robinson down there is a wild pitch, because Marmol can uncork one at any moment. With Joey Votto up, a left-hander, Valbuena, the third baseman, is way off the bag, so you can get a big lead down there. Anything gets by Wellington Castillo, the catcher, and you're going to scoot home with the game winner. You got to be ready.
Marmol shaking off his catcher Castillo, and now Votto waiting too long for his liking. Winning run at third, last of the 10th inning. Fastball up and in, and that tied up Votto. And now Marmol ahead of the ball and 2 strikes. We told you Votto only 1 for 14 against this Cub right-hander. And in the 14 at bats, Marmol has struck him out 8 times.
He came real close to a balk that time, didn't stop at all.
Struck him out again. So they go after Votto, who's now 1 for 15 against Marmol. And we're off to inning number 11 in a 2-2 game. Getting Joey Votto stranding 2 to end the 10th. So a really good job tonight by Marble out of the Cub bullpen. I'm sure his night is over. He's due up 4th. He's already worked 2 innings. He walked 2 batters, 1 intentionally. Struck out 2, did not allow a hit or a run. Now the cure on for his 2nd inning of work. He pitched around a pair of Reds' rare errors in that 10th inning. An error by Votto, an error by Kozak. But struck out Nate Shearholtz, stranding 2. Here's Wellington Castillo. Castillo to be followed in the inning by Valbuena, the 3rd baseman, and then Darwin Barney. Two and two on Wellington Castillo. And LeCure to the plate. Struck him out looking for a fastball.
Well, that comeback fastball that Sam LeCure throws is a pitch that you see left-handers and right-handers give up on. But the fans here at Great American Ballpark have hung around a long time. They might not have to go home hungry tonight. They're on their way. Stop and get some za.
11 strikeouts. Again. Reds, if you're just joining us, have set an all-time franchise record. I mean, think about that. baseball's oldest franchise, and the first time ever in the history of it where they've gone 5 games in a row striking out 10 or more batters. That is doing it. Luis Valbuena, 1 of 4. Reds bullpen tonight, starting with Broxton. He gave up a hit in 2/3 of an inning and a leave after taking a line drive off his right hand, which thankfully the X-rays came back negative. Andrusik got the final out behind him. Chapman struck out the side in the 9th. And LeCure is second inning of work. Beautiful breaking ball to get ahead 1-2.
Man. He's got all the pitches.
He really does. Now trying to stay zeroed in on that target from Mesoraco. Bounce it up there, and Valbuena does not chase it. Kevin Gregg once again back in a Cub uniform. Just recently found his way back to Chicago, being added to their major league roster again. A one-time closer. 2-2 delivery to Valbuena. Missed in. Part of the fans have gotten out of here. 3-2 pitch. Breaking ball swung on and missed, strike 3. Bronson Arroyo-esque at 72 miles per hour.
Well, great arm action because you have to sell a curveball. And in order to get some finish on the curveball, you've got to finish it with your arm action. Oh, what a weapon LeCure is for Dusty Baker down in that bullpen. I mean, you can use him anytime you want. He doesn't care.
Now Darwin Barney with 2 away here in the inning. I mean, I think you said it over the weekend. Correct me if I'm wrong, Chris. I thought I heard you say it. You know, you don't want to jinx a guy here, but I mean, LeCure is quickly becoming one of the better relievers around the National League that not many people have ever heard of.
No doubt about it.
I mean, this guy is becoming a major force out of the Reds bullpen over the last 2 seasons.
Well, when you're a middle reliever, you really don't get a lot of pub. I mean, you got to get lost in the shuffle.
Sure.
You look at the team's rotation, you say, well, there's the starters, and here's a closer, and here's a setup guy, and that's 7 pitchers, and we really don't care about the middle relievers because that normally doesn't define how good a bullpen is. But Sam LeCure has been lights out.
Little foul, 1-2 now on Barney. And the other thing you said, and you and I have talked about it so many times already over the last 2 years, the one thing you have to love if you're Dusty Baker about LeCure, he doesn't want to hear anything about what's my role. He's not one of those what's my role guys. He knows his role when they hand him the ball. To quote Don Zimmer, your role is to get people out when I hand you the ball. Lady tried to make a play down there.
Now she knows how Jonathan Broxton feels.
Right. One and two to count on Darwin Barney. High fly ball down the left field line, out of play. That's about as far as Darwin Barney can hit.
I mean, you're not kidding about that.
One and two to count on Barney. LeCure waiting. And now the pitch. Served into short right field, and it'll fall in a base hit.
Well, Barney earned that at bat. LeCure had him ahead in the count. A lot of breaking balls, some fastballs. Finally flipped up a breaking ball, and he goes out at the end of the bat and goes way down to get it.
Now we get a look at Julio Bourbon. Well, you talk about roster turnover and upheaval. It is mind-boggling what has gone through this Chicago Cubs roster just in the last week and a half. Cameron Lowe picked up, claimed off waivers from Seattle. Kevin Gregg released by the Dodgers. Hector Rondon got him in the Rule 5 draft. Bourbon, a guy, a one-time highly touted prospect with the Texas Rangers. Rangers put him on waivers. Cubs claimed him on Friday. Had one at bat this season with Texas. Made his Cub debut on Friday night in Milwaukee as a pinch runner. Was thrown out trying to steal second, ending a game. Then he came on yesterday and had a pinch hit single. Young man out of the University of Tennessee, Julio Bourbon. Breaking ball in there, strike. First question many Reds fans would ask when you hear that last name, you think of the late great Reds reliever Pedro Bourbon. No relation. Oh, 1 delivery.
How'd that miss him?
Quick feet.
That's the kind of pitch that Chu would be running down the first baseline right now on. He's not getting out of the way of that.
One and one on Julio Bourbon. Tie game. We're in the 11th inning. 2 are out, 1 on. Swing and a miss. J.J. Hoover cranking it up in the Reds bullpen. LeCure knocking on the door of 40 pitches out of the Reds bullpen here tonight.
Well, Bo's really got the practice setup, doesn't he? A couple of chops down, then some wheels. 1, 2.
They waited for Bourbon to win an everyday job in Texas. He has spent parts or full seasons in a Rangers uniform over the last 4 years. Career .283 batter. Played in 137 games back in 2010. 2-2 to Bourbon. And now the pitch. Off the end of the bat, foul. Two-two pitch. And now the count has gone full. But you're wanting to make sure it's a 3-2 count.
But the Reds outfield playing especially deep right here want to make sure nothing gets behind them for an automatic double. That would score the run from first.
Now the payoff pitch coming. Ball 4. Well, Dusty Baker pacing around now, going over to visit with Brian Price.
Yeah, they're probably really talking about, or they have talked about already, what the pitch limit is. I mean, it's not a hard count. It's really based on how effective he's going to be after he hits a certain number of pitches. So when you're a reliever and you're early in the year like this and you really haven't been extended all that much. Remember, Sam was sat out for a while. He had a little sore wing that kept him out of action. And you want to make sure that he doesn't get to the point where he hangs a pitch and costs you a ball game.
Well, you got a mighty tough customer right here and right now in DeJesus. Been on base 3 times tonight. 2 hits, a walk, has hit a home run and stolen a base. Lacure did not want to get to this part of the batting order in this inning. Allows a 2-out single to the 8-hole hitter and walks Bourbon. And now Mesoraco going to come out and visit with Lacure to make sure they know exactly how they want to go about attacking DeJesus. Reds had a chance to win it with 2 on and only 1 out in the 10th. Unable to close the deal, and now Lacure trying to give him a chance to win it in the bottom of the 11th. Ball 1 to DeJesus. Lacure had to go through a lot more pitches in the 10th inning, when in essence he had to get 5 outs due to a couple of errors. And now 5 batters deep into this 11th inning. And stuff just missing by a little bit now. 44 pitches in an inning and 2/3 so far for Sam Lacure.
Same situation. Lacure had David DeJesus to start the 10th. 2-0 count. And he got him out on a fly ball last time. Had a good swing at it, but just popped it up. That time that pitch was so good on a 2-0 count, DeJesus decided not to hack at it.
Two and 1 on DeJesus. 2 on, 2 out. 2-2 game. Breaking ball is low. 3-1. LeCure struck out Castillo, struck out Valbuena to begin the inning, allowed a little flare in a short right field by Barney. Barney went to second on a walk to the pinch hitter Bourbon. 2 on, 2 out, 2-2 affair. We're in the 11th. And a 3-1 coming to De Jesus. They're loaded. You got to believe that's it.
Looks gassed, and I think that's the case. And Dusty Baker's already made a motion that he's going to come out and make a double switch.
Well, LeCure always lays it out there. No matter what you ask him to give it, he'll do it. He gives you 47 pitches in less than 2 innings. Struck out 3, walked 2, allows 1 hit, and leaves with the bases loaded in a 2-2 game. As Cesar Izturis will come on as part of a double switch. So Hoover trying to get the final out. He'll face Starlin Castro with the bases loaded in a tie game. We'll be back. He will bat in the 7th spot in the Reds batting order. But far more importantly for right here and right now, it's J.J. Hoover with the bases loaded in a 2-2 game to face Starlin Castro.
You need strikes. That's the most obvious thing. And Castro's thinking, hey, bases loaded. Maybe he's looking for a first pitch fastball to hack at.
Well, he got it right down the can and took it for strike 1. All this after the first 2 were retired in the inning. A bloop single and a pair of walks. And Hoover jumps ahead on another fastball.
Yeah, that may have been down and out of the strike zone.
Two runs, 10 hits for Chicago, 2 runs and 5 hits for the Reds. But the Cubs have them loaded here in the 11th inning with 2 out. Hoover ahead of Castro and a ball and 2 strikes. And that runs up and in. That's 2 in a row. He's missed high and tight.
Now you want to get a decision right here. Obviously, not get to a point where you have to throw a ball for a strike. That way, on those pitches, you aim it more down the middle. We're not a bit of choking up for Castro. He's got his pinky finger off the bottom of the knob. Well, he did on the last pitch anyway.
2-2.
Here we go.
Hoover got ahead, no balls and 2 strikes. Count is full with the bases loaded. We'll do it again. Lined into right. Bruce stands there, and Hoover retires Castro, keeping the score at 2 apiece. Phillips, Bruce, Frazier coming up. Great American Ballpark in downtown Cincinnati. And probably about half the crowd is filtered out of here, but some of the die-hard sticking around. I mean, it is a beautiful night. Right around 11 o'clock on this Monday night. And Kevin Gregg, who's been around a long, long time, spent the last 2 years with the Baltimore Orioles. Just picked up by the Cubs a couple of days ago after being released by the Los Angeles Dodgers. Greg, 144 career saves, was a Cubs part-time closer, you may remember, in 2009.
Well, they just signed him on April the 14th. They left him down in Mesa, Arizona to kind of get himself into shape. They did not anticipate him being in the big leagues this quickly.
Out of Brandon Phillips, 0-2. Quiet night for Brandon. 0 for 4. 0 for 5 on the roller to Castro.
Well, there's a lot of offers out there. The Reds have only had 5 hits.
And what they only have 3 players in their original lineup that have hits. Bruce a home run. Heisey had an infield hit. Mesoraco with 2 hits. He got the pinch hit triple by Jack Hanahan. That was the last Reds hit when they tied the game on the triple by Hanahan in the 7th. Now Jay Bruce. Strike 1. Bruce 1 of 4. Hit his first home run of the year. That came leading off the 7th inning to get the Reds on the board. Reagan one time really a lot like Carlos Marmol. Like great stuff. Closer with the Florida Marlins after originally coming up with the Anaheim Angels. But like Marmol, a guy who had a hard time throwing the ball over the plate with any consistency.
He actually pitched for the Cubs back in 2009.
Yeah.
It was a closer for them there. I think he had about 23 saves.
But that's when they wanted Marmol to get the job, if you remember. He had taken over as their setup man. And there's a walk. Winning run aboard. That is the 6th walk issued in the game by Cubs pitching, and the 3rd just in the last inning and a 3rd. So now Frazier, 0 for 4 in the game, has not hit the ball out of the infield tonight. Ball 1. Reds have won 3 games on this homestand, and their final at bat. This one in the air to right center field. De Jesus will track it down. 2 are out. So now his Turris will bat after coming on as part of a double switch when J.J. Hoover took over on the mound. Is Turris, another one-time Chicago Cub. Fastball on the outside corner in there. Steal right 1. As Turris spent the end of 06 and part of 07 playing in Chicago. Winning run, Jay Bruce at first. And popped up shallow center field. And De Jesus runs it down, and we're on our way to the 12th inning tonight, where the Reds and the Cubs are tied at 2.
Ballpark, we have the top of the 12th inning. J.J. Hoover on the mound. But today, before the ball game, one of the things a lot of people took notice of, the first time since Johnny Cueto has been placed on the disabled list, played a little catch out in the outfield. Tomas Vera, Reds trainer, there to watch him. Asked him afterwards. Jim Day did. His words were muy bien. So Johnny's told me really a couple of days after he was placed on the DL, his arm felt pretty good. So he'll be very cautious with him and bring him back slowly. But in the meantime, we're locked up at 2. Anthony Rizzo steps in to face J.J. Hoover. That'll quickly an 0-2 count for Hoover. Oh for 5, but plenty of power. Hoover got the blood flowing in the last inning before he finally retired Starlin Castro on a fly ball. JJ, the 6th pitcher of the night for Dusty Baker. All started back when Mike Leake towed the rubber at 7-10. 7 innings, a 2-run ball for Leake, and they have just about emptied the bullpen ever since, and now an even 2-2 count. Rizzo looking for something to pull. Had a hack there. Hoover and Mesoraco now can't get together. They're going to finally have Rizzo step out, Hoover step off, and they're going to redo it again. Just off the corner. We're going full. Got him. High fastball. J.J. Hoover goes right up the ladder. 3rd strikeout of the night for Anthony Rizzo. And J.J. takes care of the first out here in the 12th.
Boy, and the strikeouts for the Reds just continue to pile up night after night after night. They're on pace, and obviously we're only 3 weeks into the season, but I mean they are on pace right now, and they're not going to keep up striking out 10 or more batters every single game as they've done 5 in a row. But I mean they're on pace right now to just obliterate by nearly 700 strikeouts for a single season record. Here's Alfonso Soriano. That's a first pitch beauty of a breaking ball. Came back with another breaking ball. That one hung a little bit more. Foul out of play, remains 1-2. Of course, the Reds lost their first 2 extra inning games of this season before breaking through with a win against the Florida Marlins over this past weekend. And he blows Soriano away with a fastball. Back-to-back strikeouts for J.J. Hoover.
Yeah, both of the strikeouts came on that fastball. He just kind of runs it right up there, and it's got a little extra hump on it.
The Cubs' only extra inning game this year, we told you, was a loss. That was against the Giants, 10-7, and that was a week ago last Sunday. Fouled out of play. Pretty good rip at that pitch by Shearholtz. Tell you, this guy gets his cuts in. You brought up earlier, Chris, that he's never gotten a full season to prove really what he can do in the big leagues. Never getting 400 or much less 500 at bats. I'll tell you, tonight he has swung the bat very well. Yes, he has struck out twice, but he has 3 base hits.
Well, he also has a pretty good eye at the plate. That's what makes him an attractive player for the Cubs, an attractive player for other teams, winning teams that are, off the bench.
And J.J. Hoover just dominates. 3, 4, and 5. Rizzo, Soriano, and Shearholtz fanning the side. Goodness gracious. For the 12th inning. Kevin Gregg gives him an inning out of the bullpen. Does not allow a hit, walks a batter, no runs. And a number of changes. Another former Red who went over in the Sean Marshall deal, Dave Sapelt, takes over in right field, replacing Nate Shearholtz. And now taking over on the mound is Michael Bowden. One time a very high prospect, big time prospect for the Boston Red Sox. Grew up in Chicago and now getting a chance to pitch for the Cubs.
He's a former #1 draft pick. That was that 2005 draft, the same draft we talked about earlier that had Jay Bruce and Travis Wood in it. He went to the Red Sox, 47th pick overall.
Well, he now lives in Oswego, Illinois, about a 1-hour commute to Wrigley Field. He grew up in Aurora, Illinois, in the suburbs of Chicago. There's strike one to Devin Mesoraco. Mesoraco hits in each of his first 2 times up. He'll be followed by Derek Robinson and then Shin-Soo Choo.
I'm not sure I get that. Mesoraco with plenty enough power to juice one out of here. You don't want to give yourself up and put yourself in a hole. Now he is in an 0-2 count. That's the one thing that Dusty Baker has said before, and he'll probably have a conversation with Mesoraco about that. You're going to go ahead and take a bunt. You can do it on the first pitch, but don't do it on the second pitch in case you foul it off. Now you're in an 0-2 hole.
Two and two on Mesoraco. The big fella, Alfredo Simon, striking up down there in the Reds bullpen, hoping he doesn't have to come in the game. And I don't mean that as any sort of slight on Alfredo. Reds want to end this thing here, and right now, in the bottom of the 12th inning. Into right center field. That'll back up Sapelt. 1 out. So now Derek Robinson, he was stranded at third when the Reds had a chance to win it in the bottom of the 10th inning. You may remember he came on as part of a double switch, had a chance to bat in the ninth, drew a 1-out walk, stole his first major league base. They intentionally walked Chu, and then Marmol went after both Cozart and Votto, retired them both to end the inning. And here we are in the 12th. 1-1 to Derek Robinson. One count on Robinson. And a good eye there, taking low and away, 2 balls and a strike. Sinking liner and a catch by Soriano. Boy, that's a nice play out there by Soriano, and it's a gamble. He left his feet and takes away a hit from Robinson.
Now, he's much maligned for some of his defensive woes over the years, but he gets a good jump on this ball right here and ends up taking a hit away from Derek Robinson.
Chu has been on base 3 times, 0 for 2 overall. Walked twice, once intentionally hit by a pitch. Franchise record 10 in a single month in the history of the Reds. And by the way, getting hit by a pitch 10 times in a month is the most since it happened to Craig Biggio, who I believe retired as getting hit by pitches more than any player in the history of the game.
I think he's still bruised.
He had 10 in August of 1997. Chu trying to end it. That Hardy cut, 1 ball and 1 strike. Reds have 5 hits all night long. Well, that's how good their pitching has been yet again. They've allowed 10 hits, but only 2 runs. Strike taken on the outside corner, a ball and 2 strikes to Shin-Soo Choo. He has 3 home runs this year. Chu has been the man for these first 3 weeks wearing a Reds uniform. 2-2 count. And here it comes. High fly ball in a short left field. And it is time to pack up and make our way to the 13th inning here at Great American Ballpark. A 2-2 affair. For the Reds, or for the Cubs, I beg your pardon. The Reds, 2 runs, 5 hits, 2 errors. And they have left 8 men on base. Cubs have stranded a whopping 12, including 5 over the 10th and 11th innings. Well, the Reds have gone to their bullpen with Broxton for 2/3 of an inning. Had to leave the game after getting hit on a line drive on his bare pitching right hand. And thank God the x-rays were negative. Andrusik for a batter. Chapman an inning. LeCure an inning and 2/3. Hoover an inning and a third with 3 strikeouts. Xavier Paul now takes over in left field. And now on the mound, it's Alfredo Simon.
Alfredo picked up a win, what was it, yesterday? Came in and pitched 1 inning. Evened his record at 1-1. As you mentioned, Tom, this is the 4th time the Reds have gone extra innings, but this year when they've gone extra innings, I mean, they don't take care of it in the 10th or the 11th.
No.
This is the 3rd time they've gone at least to the 13th.
Broken bat roller and right through the legs of Frazier. That is a broken bat routine ground ball, and now the Cubs have the go-ahead run at second with nobody out. Boy, the Reds had gone 10 games in a row without an error. Had the best fielding percentage of all teams in baseball. And now all of a sudden tonight they've been charged with 3, and that could very easily be 4 or 5.
Yeah.
Well, let's see if Simon can pitch around it, because no one feels worse about it than Todd. Valbuena undoubtedly up there to put down a bunt. And if you're wondering, Valbuena does not have a sacrifice this season.
Now, the way the Reds have to play with no force play at third base, they've got to really be aggressive, charging both Votto and Frazier in. But meanwhile, you've got Cesar Asturias out there. Got to hold the runner very close if you're going to have a shot at getting him at third.
If you're wondering, Valbuena did not have a single sacrifice all of last year. He had one the year before, and that's when he was still with Cleveland at their AAA affiliate up the road in Columbus, Ohio. And he lays into this one to deep right field, and that baby is long gone. A 2-0 pitch. They gave him the green light, and the Cubs have taken a 4-2 lead here in the 13th inning.
I don't know whether Dale Swain just felt something good would happen if he gave him the green light, and it certainly did for the Cubs. Valbuena goes way yard on that one.
One out in the inning. Well, this one not over yet. Well, you still have Bowden officially in the ball game. Sapel will bat in the number 9 spot, and no one getting loose in the Cub bullpen, so this game belongs to Mr. Bowden. Well, you look ahead to the Reds' bottom of the 13th inning, and they'll have Xavier Paul, Joey Votto, Brandon Phillips. Any further than that, Bruce Frazier. They came back from 2 runs down already in this game tonight as Sapel has gone on strikes 2 around the inning. Simon, one of those rare relievers who, when no one is on base, he works out of the regular windup. A lot of guys who come in out of the bullpen, they just pitch continuously out of the stretch. And here it comes to De Jesus, ball 1. Bounced foul. A 2-run home run by Luis Valbuena, his 3rd home run of this season, giving the Cubs their second 2-run lead of the night. Leadoff ground ball to the left side off the bat of Castillo that went right between the legs of Frazier. That went out in front of the plate. And the inning is over. But damage done. A 2-run home run. Reds have the big hitters coming up, down 2. And they come to bat here in the bottom of the inning, trailing by 2 after the 2-run home run by Luis Valbuena. So now Michael Bowden in line to get a big league win. He got 2 of them in short stints with the Boston Red Sox. The last one coming in 2009. He has not won a game as a Cub. Reds try to keep it that way. Xavier Paul looks at a strike. Paul, Votto, Phillips in the 13th. To the count on Paul. And a base hit into right field by Xavier Paul to begin the bottom of the 13th inning. One guy can swing the bat, can't he?
Well, you know what he did before that pitch? He really choked up a little bit. He was taking a little bit bigger cuts early in the at bat. Look how much he's choked up right there. Going to wade back, trying to get that breaking ball, and he did. Bowden throws it up. Makes too good of a pitch there on an 0-2 count, and Xavier Paul's able to put it into right field.
All right, you got a fighting chance.
Better believe it.
Been a rough night for Votto on the heels of 7 hits and 11 at bats the last 2 days. Grounded to short his first time up, walked in the 4th. He has struck out 3 straight times since, including stranding 2 to end the 10th inning. He's also homered in each of the last 2 games. Can he make it 3 in a row right now? 1-1 to Votto.
That little pitch you saw right there is something that Michael Bowden has just come up with over the last couple of years, a little split finger pitch. Even puts that split finger grip on the ball every time before he sets it into his glove. There it is again.
Votto very upset with himself for not doing damage with that pitch.
And he had seen it on the previous pitch, and he probably thought, I'm looking for it, I'm going to get it, I'm going to put the sweet part of the bat on it, and he found it back.
To the count on Joey. Now the count even. A leadoff base hit by Xavier Paul. Last of the 13th inning with the Reds down 2. Ball in the air, left field. Soriano backing up. 1 out. Now Wellington Castillo wants to come up and visit the mound with Bowden. Played a Cub bullpen outside of Russell, allowing that game-tying triple off the bat of Jack Hanahan. That base hit by Xavier Paul was the Reds' first hit since that triple in the 7th inning by Hanahan. They had walked 4 in that bullpen, but not a single hit allowed. And now Brandon Phillips the batter. Ball and a strike to Brandon. Got him again on that breaking ball away.
And Brandon taking hacks like he would like to tie this baby up. Breaking ball away with that first swing he had and that fastball down and in. That's Brandon's spot right there. Now with a couple of strikes on him, he'll probably spread his feet a little bit, shorten the stride, shorten the swing.
One and two to Phillips. And a little bleeder down the right field line. This has a chance, and it gets by the right fielder. Phillips on his way to second. On his way to third is Paul. And the Reds have a shot here in the bottom of the 13th. A gamble out there by Chappelle, and not a good one.
But Brandon gets jammed on this ball, but it's a dying Quail and moving away from the right fielder, Chappelle, towards the right field line. And Chappelle kind of got, it looked like to me, a little bit indecisive whether he wanted to dive for it, stay back, and he went in between, kind of went on a side roll. So now the guy that they wanted to keep off of second base, the potential tying run, is Brandon Phillips, is standing on second base.
Jay Bruce, a batter. Struck out each of his first two times tonight. Did his first home run of the year. That came in the 7th inning. He has since bounced out to first and drawn a walk.
Well, they're going to do the same thing here with Bruce that they did with Votto, which is pitch to him with a spot open at first base.
Ball one high.
Or pitch around him. Has not been easy for Dale Sway.
Bruce waiting. Tying run out at second base here in the last of the 13th inning, and it's into right center field. And this baby's going to the wall. Reds have tied the game. Jay Bruce delivers. Boys and girls.
Jay Bruce gets a little bit of a split finger fastball, and that's his spot. He likes the ball away, and he gets it and swaps it into the gap. And as soon as it clears that center fielder, that ball is going to go to the wall and plate Brandon Phillips with the tying run. So all those of the 18,000 plus who were here at tonight's start of the ball game are on their feet, ready to see a Reds victory if the Reds can put another one on the board.
Well, now Chris Bosio, pitching coach, will come out and visit with Bowden.
Well, I'm not sure what you can say if you're Chris Bosio out there. He's not saying a whole lot. You try to challenge him right here. And you say, you know what? We've been out here for 4 hours. Let's not give it to him easy.
So that's where you have so much youth on this Cub team, and that's where I think general managers and scouts look to see as Cameron Lowe's getting ready in the bullpen. That meeting on the mound, you're looking for one of your young core guys that you're building the team around, a Castro or a Rizzo or a Barney. Step up and pat the pitcher on the back and say, come on, let's go get him. Something along those lines. It looked like none of the three was remotely interested in what was going on the mound. Here's Frazier. And now the pitch. Right down the can with a fastball, and he takes it for a strike.
I'll tell you what, there is nobody holding Jay Bruce on at second base. The shortstop Castro is way in the hole. Barney is on the outfield grass. Now Barney's going to come over and try to faking back in, but Bowden's not even looking at him. Now he is.
Raise your excuse me roller, and that'll be out number 2. So now it's up to Cesar Turris to try and win it here in the bottom of the 13th inning. As Turris popped up to center field, his only at bat of the game. That came in the 11th inning. But the Reds have tied this game up. Single by Paul, double by Phillips, game tying double by Bruce. He stands at third, carrying the winning run. Count on his Turris. Out back out of plate, even the count. One ball, one strike, winning run at third, 2 out. And a base hit into left field. And the Reds, 3 in the bottom of the 13th inning, have stunned the Cubbies and win it 5-4. What a win, what a win.
Cesar Turris gets a pitch up, lines it to left field. He knows that's a base hit. Not only the base hit, but the game winner. And he's mobbed out there beyond first base. A jubilant celebration. Everybody out of the dugout. Boy, the Reds come back from off the mat. 2 runs down in the 13th inning. They tie it up. They go ahead. A 5-4 victory. Long awaited, but a victory nonetheless.
Tell you what, that's we saw so much from this team last year doing this kind of thing. Our John Morrell hot dog play of the game. What else would it be? Here's Turris celebrating along with his teammates. That is the 4th game on this homestand. The Reds are 7-1 on it. It's the 4th time on this homestand they have won the game in their final at bat. And already here we are 3 weeks into the season. That is their 4th walk-off win in 2013. Guess what's coming up? More of Chris Welsh on Reds Alive. Does it get any better than that at 11:45? How about it?
Bring it.